All right, good morning, guys. I'm starting this stream 5 minutes early just because I've got a bunch of cool new additions to the show that I'm really excited to share with you. First, this little intro scene where I go through a couple of the memes, a couple of the gain and loss porns uh, of the week or of the past day. So yeah, let's just dive right into it. Um, this meme was posted. It's the worst investor. It's Jim Cramer costume. This intro is going terribly. I feel pretty cringe, but yeah, pretty, I don't know, pretty entertaining, I guess. Hey, Theta, Vega. Just doing a little meme recap before we get into the show. Don't cringe too hard. All right, we got this great game porn someone made. I really should have made a script for this. I did this all last night. Completely forget what everyone. This guy made all his money on. Obviously, QQQ. All right, let's move on before I dive cringe. Here, this guy played 200K in GME OPEX calls. Pretty sure these are not working out for him. Let's take a quick look at GME. Yeah, his calls are at 27.50 and oh, he's pretty close. I mean, it's 25.30 right now. So I think these are actually higher than when he bought them. At least if he bought them in the past like 3, 4 days. All right, moving on. I don't know if you can see this is a 125K position in SPY. The guy still has about 250 in cash though. So I mean, is he really doing a YOLO? I don't know. You be the judge. And finally, this is the what you missed while you were sleeping. All the Chinese economies were tanking. I think they were down as low as maybe like 4%, but then they recovered throughout the Chinese day to a nice little 2%. And that kind of comes alongside Chinese political instability, or I guess I should say overstability. I'm not really sure. You can let me know in the comments. Um, and then yeah, finally here is this lost porn for they said it was for 300,000. I'm only seeing 140,000 here. But check out the thread. I think it's still on the top of r slash Wall Street Bet slash hot. So hopefully that's entertaining for you and you maybe got some enjoyment out of this little segment. Uh, Not particularly a great speaker, but hey, we'll figure it out and try and make these better and better. Yeah, back to the worst investor. Let me know what you guys want to see. If you enjoyed memes, you prefer the game porn, lost porn, or if you want me to talk a little bit more and give more context and history of who the user is when I'm sharing these. So with that being said, still like 1 or 2 minutes ahead of schedule. So, but I'm gonna just go ahead and start the talk. Thank you, Theta Vega. Really appreciate it. And yeah, just give me 1 second to get to launch the show, and we'll get going. Let's see here. Oh no. And we're set. Let's move on to the main show. Thanks, everyone, and let's go. Oh yeah, remember like just 2 seconds ago when I said we're ready to move on to the next show? Jokes, we are not. Give me 2 seconds to reselect the proper tab here. We go. Excellent. There we are. Hopefully you're really excited. We've got the Reddit live comments on the side, and we've also got uh, a little bit of swag in the middle. If it's annoying, please let me know. I'll remove it. But just thought it might be handy to have there. And with that being said, I'm going to switch over to the talk and stop bugging you guys. See you in a
rest. In the meantime, what plays do we have to share? Those of you who bought Yang prior to the weekend, I'm sure, are sitting very happy, especially with what's his name, the former president of China, being walked off the stage publicly.
So I have an incredibly boring play, which is just Twitter shares, because deal's set to close on Friday. At least I know it's boring, but it's set to close on Friday. It's about an 8% gain to hold shares over the week. You can get a set a 10% stop loss at $45 just in case something happens. But if it closes on Friday like it's supposed to, you're holding on to something for a week to get 8% back. And there are worse things you can do with your money, right? Especially over a week.
So I think some of the danger here is that if something does go amiss, that stop loss isn't going to hit at 45.
You may be better served buying a put a month or two out. So you give up some of that 8% gain, but you protect your capital.
Can also do a protective put. I personally, I don't see a lot of ways that it doesn't particularly happen. I know there have been the Bloomberg report about what if the government gets into it, but that seems to be a little dubious of a report from what I've looked into. So yeah, just give it a shot. Shares sometimes work.
Also, if the deal goes through, there's no way that on Friday the stock get delisted and you suddenly just get cash immediately. That will take weeks easily.
I mean, yeah, but I'm okay waiting a couple extra weeks if it's again for an 8% return on a bet. There are a lot riskier things that we do here than that.
Yeah, okay. It's just not an 8% return for holding shares a week. It takes longer.
I think it's an absolute 8% return. You're right, the time is probably wrong, but the annualized return will definitely be higher than 8%. So thank you for sharing, Rad. Is there anyone else who has a play?
From the comments section in Twitch, they're asking about Philip Morris and their earnings on Friday, as well as thoughts on the British market post Liz Truss or Truss economics, Truss economics.
Philip Morris? They had their earnings on the 20th.
Oh, sorry, that's Thursday. Does that make it old news at this point?
I mean, we don't have a time machine, or a fucking time machine for that matter.
Well, this isn't gangbang time. We can't say whatever we want.
Understood. Someone is saying ENPH, that's Enphase, I think. Their earnings are October 25 after market close. I don't remember there being a lot of solar construction for the quarter ending in September, so I'm going to guess this is a relative nothing burger, and it's forward guidance that's going to drive the change.
I have a play, but I don't know if I'm going to be executing it this week. I'm looking at the 20-year bond ETF. My price target's around like 70-ish. Just looking at the '08 levels, and I'm predicting that it'll drop to that level, and I want to load up on some leap calls when it does.
Yo, good morning, everybody. So I've been making a play, and I'm going to continue doing it. I've been selling covered calls for Canopy Growth, and I've been selling covered puts for Canopy Growth. Basically, my price target is I want to sell at about 6, and I'm just selling covered puts all the way down. Currently, it's trading at about 253, I think. So I just keep on selling those covered puts and then selling covered calls on the other side. Anyway, see you guys.
Canopy Growth, ticker CGC.
That is correct.
All right.
And the price target is more of a trust me, bro type of deal. I didn't really do any serious calculations.
Understood. And thank you for the transparency.
Have you been using some of Canopy Growth's products?
No, sir.
All right. Sorry to cut you off, Fish. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. So the ticker is SHOP at Shopify. So I'm looking at $28, $27, and $26 puts for October 28th. The IV is quite high, so just be mindful of the premium. My thesis is I have some insider, no, that's a bad word, a friendly news or friendly stories. So I had a colleague of mine who I once worked with who had joined Shopify and then unfortunately was let go. And prior to his departure, he was making good mention about slowed or unsustainable employee growth, which also contributed to a lot of their downturn in terms of employee count from a head perspective. So I'm smelling from the inside some unfavorable earnings. So these are the plays I'm making. Again, just a friendly story.
Did they have earnings?
They do. I think it's Thursday after market close. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or is it when it's on Thursday, probably after close. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anyone knows for sure, I don't have the calendar in front of me, but that's my play. I don't think they're economical in any way. I haven't looked at the balance sheet or any sort of their financials to be completely honest with you, but just from a well-known source, just gives me enough indication to make the play. Other plays I'm looking at, since nobody else has anything to say, I'm looking at Microsoft calls. I'm looking at Amazon calls. The only question is whether the GDP print will flip or inverse whatever those earnings reveal. I'm not too adamant on them at this point because I still need to look at the cross-reference between the release dates of those key pieces of information, because we do have a lot of key pieces of information coming out this week. We've got GDP numbers, employment, I think housing as well. It's a big week for news and also a big week for earnings. So it could be the perfect storm for a really bad week, or could be more of a recovery week. We'll see. But I'm definitely still bullish on Amazon and Microsoft. Apple a bit bearish, but I don't want to poke that bear. Those are some of my hypotheticals. If I do go into Microsoft, it'll probably be anywhere from 235 to 240 calls on the weekly. Same with Amazon, 105, 110 calls on the weekly. And those are my plays, gentlemen. Thank you.
So Microsoft has earnings close on Tuesday, and then Shopify is market open Thursday, and then Amazon also on Thursday, but that's the aftermarket.
Yeah, and again, Microsoft will have big influence on what Amazon does because of their nature in terms of similarities in some business lines. Again, not all business lines, more towards the cloud computing side, more than anything. But I feel like cloud will still try to grow or make up for whatever losses they're not making on products, such as physical products, software licenses, etc. But yeah, those are my plays, gentlemen.
Hey, I had a question for you guys. If you had a second.
Sure.
All right, cool. So last week on Friday, I went ahead and I bought about 20 shares in X. That's United States American Steel. And luckily for me, it was able to go up and up on the Friday, which was great. But now that we're heading over on Monday for the pre-market, I'm looking at it and it's saying that it is going a little under for shares. I was just trying to see what anyone else's opinions were, whether to hold and just let it keep going up, or just go ahead and just sell half the shares right now, or what you guys are thinking.
Maybe it's time to buy a put.
Buy a put, got it.
To protect your shares, because U.S. Steel is currently at gamma max and crossed over delta neutral.
Gotcha.
So I'm anticipating a big pullback.
All right, thank you.
They do have earnings in 3 days, so options are going to be really expensive.
Gotcha. All right, so check out for the puts. Got it.
I'm just curious, but where is everyone from here? Are you all trading U.S. markets? Or is anyone trading anything else?
Europe and US both. So I can trade for more hours.
I rarely trade the TSX, even though I'm in Toronto. I rarely trade it. I only do generally Suncor or any sort of oil and gas, but 99% of my interest is in the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ.
Is your TSX or is the European portfolio outperforming the American one, or is that something you track? Just curious.
Yes, I have a European broker as well and trade European stocks in euros and then US market in dollars.
Oh, that's fair. And the pound isn't doing so hot right now. Actually, no currency is doing really high right now compared to the US dollar. Any plays on that or otherwise?
Yeah, I not necessarily towards the US dollar, but yeah, interest rate hikes are coming in November 1st and 2nd. And this week will really drive the stage for what that's going to look like, I think, because, well, maybe it won't drive it, but it'll definitely set a bit of a picture for it. I think, I'm not sure how much we've priced in 75 basis points for a rate hike, according to Jerome Powell and the gang, but I'm fairly certain we're going to hit another 75 rate hike. And I know that's mostly priced in, but there are some people still thinking it's only going to be 50 basis points. I'm putting a lot of money on the fact that it will be 75 basis points, so I'm probably looking at SPY or QQQ puts of the 2 o'clock or 2:30 news press release, but that's more of a down the line play. But that somewhat has slight correlation to the US dollar and its current performance. But yeah, it's another play I can throw out to you guys.
Okay. I'm looking right now. Meta has earnings on Wednesday. After their precipitous fall from Snap, it may be worth buying calls on Wednesday, buying 30 Delta calls October 26, about an hour before market close, to try and minimize your theta losses.
So are you bullish on Meta's earnings, or are you just using it as a hedge?
It's not that I'm bullish. I think Meta lost their way, but at the same time, I think the market overreacted because of Snapchat's earnings.
I see. So you're looking at more of a recovery based on the overarching drop from
I think
Snap.
the overreaction is being walked back.
I see. It's a solid play. I just have no faith in Meta right now, and I'm pretty sure somebody on this call may or may not have worked for them before. But if they have, I'd like to hear what you'd have to say. But if anyone's worked for Facebook, I'm curious. But I just can't imagine them having a solid plan for the next 5 to 10 years, considering the current structure in terms of ad growth and revenue growth. I don't see it happening.
Well, the price is implying sustained growth, right? And the fact that there's an additional line item being spent against them with the whole Oculus Rift development and the whole metaverse, I suspect Meta may have their Decentraland moment, where this Decentraland, for those who don't know, is a $1.6 billion like crypto project that was boasting thousands of active users a day, and it turned out that the number of active users in Decentraland was only 34. So it's entirely possible that Meta will have a similar realization or announcement with their Horizon metaverse.
Yeah, and it kind of smells for opportunity for potential buyout in the next couple of years, depending on what plays come out of those choices with the metaverse and Oculus and whatnot. I could easily see them coming out at a discount for somebody like Amazon or Microsoft to just scoop up, but that's a very, very long-term large play. But
Are you suggesting, Fish, someone will buy Meta?
But I think down the line, like I'm talking 5 years. Like if they continue down the trend where they don't have any solid footing with revenue, because I mean, look at their product offering. And WhatsApp, I doubt makes them any money. Instagram is purely ad driven. Facebook was that whole issue with data collection, because I think they were making a killing off that until the Cambridge Analytica shit went sideways. You have things like the metaverse, which just sounds more and more foolish by the minute, in my opinion. Again, people can have meta bulls can come and eat me. I know they have an incredible amount of cash on hand, which is why they're still floating. but they're smelling more like the BlackBerry of the 2008-9 crash than anything. I mean, from my perspective, they're a slow dying beast with, you know, a lot of cash on hand. But if that cash, you know, reserves slowly dwindle away due to poor decision making, I can't imagine them being a sustainable company. And then someone might pick them up at a discount.
So, if I could chime in, I think Hardy is right. That Meta is probably going to pop. I mean, it can't get any more bearish than this. The fact that Snap fell, they're super low. The only thing that might confirm it even more is if Google the day before drops for some reason. Every so often, Google misses, and if ads come in low and they drop 10%, that'll cause Meta to drop also, which would just confirm that Meta is going to pop. So keep an eye on Google. If it drops, that's a very good sign that Meta is going to pop.
How far is how far is Meta is Meta close to delta neutral or gamma max? I haven't had a chance to look at it.
They've been fairly parallel with delta neutral for the last roughly a week and a half. Hasn't crossed in a while. So I suspect market has an opinion and sticking strong to it.
Okay. So in the money calls or on the money calls an hour before the earnings?
No.
Nice.
October 28,
Oh.
October 28, 2022 calls at whatever 30 delta is.
I see.
And then you buy them about 3 p.m. on October 26.
Thank you.
And for those who don't know, the reason why I say 30 delta is because I don't know where the price will be on the 26th. So I'm looking for the option that, according to the market, at that point in time, has a 30% chance of being in the money. When the news updates, that 30% chance may become a 100% chance. And that's where Wall Street Bets gambles are earned or lost.
Is anybody buying into the Pfizer markup on the COVID vaccine next year? Something like 10,000%.
Yeah, it really depends if the other producers will also do that. I don't see why governments will just switch to a different supplier, to be honest.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I'm wondering if everybody will follow suit, and if anybody knows anything about pharmaceuticals, what they would say.
Yeah, Pfizer is probably doing it because the others will do it as well, because else they're just pricing themselves out. That's probably not the case.
Morning. We got a big week, a lot of plays, man. Probably one of my favorites, Raytheon RTX. They're reporting tomorrow morning. And I think we could get some reasonably priced out of the money calls and just hoping for a kind of a Lockheed Martin type reaction. Let me know what you guys think.
Which company produces the missiles for the HIMARS? I don't know, but that feels like some Raytheon stuff to me.
Yeah, a lot of this war's stuff should.
The launchers, I believe, are Raytheon, but the missiles themselves are Lockheed Martin. So decide which one you're playing, I guess.
Well, that's difficult.
You can always buy both.
But I guess
Lockheed already blew away numbers and reacted beautifully. So I'm thinking hopefully the same for Raytheon. I mean, they kind of ran up in sympathy, so hopefully there's more room now.
I think the only way I would make a play right there is if I knew, like they've clearly sold more missiles than they have HIMARS systems. So I feel like Lockheed stands to make a lot more than Raytheon, but I don't know for sure.
What's their manufacturing capacity? So suppose you have, I don't know, 10,000 missiles on order. How long will it take to fulfill that order? Because if they can fulfill it in a quarter, great. Stock's going to go to the moon. But if it's going to take them 4 to 5 years to fulfill that contract, then maybe a relative nothing burger, because now their manufacturing capacity needs to be spun up to accommodate the larger orders, at which point a new missile will have come out.
Right, but we're talking about Raytheon earnings, right? We already know Lockheed has beat earnings. I think they beat earnings because they're selling the missiles, right? So I don't think the HIMARS is going to beat earnings because they're not selling as many of them as they are missiles.
You mean the launchers? Because HIMARS is both the launcher and the missile.
That's what I was saying. I didn't think that if you bought the HIMARS, I didn't think you got missiles with it. I thought you had to buy the missiles separately.
Got it. All right. Thank you for sharing.
And for bonus, Raytheon has aerospace exposure.
So does Lockheed Martin. So I'm not sure what the advantage is there.
I wouldn't bet against either of them, to be honest with you.
Maybe it's a pair trade.
Right, exactly. Absolutely.
Hardy, doesn't the government pay like a premium if they want that stuff a little faster?
I don't know enough to tell you, but my suspicion is no. It's more like you have a series of governments putting in orders, and then governments are prioritized based on whatever political connections or lobbying happens. So Germany's order will probably take priority over Poland's order, hypothetically.
I see.
I think it's safe to say after seeing what HIMARS did to Russia, I think it's safe to say that both of those companies on a global scale are highly attractive.
All right. What other plays do we have to share?
What's everybody's thoughts on Tesla this morning? I mean, they're down like $6 pre-market. They've announced that they're going to reduce the cost of their EVs in China by 5%. And I wouldn't put it past Musk to have been selling shares into this potential Twitter acquisition.
I'd be interested in knowing how everybody feels about the Twitter acquisition. Do we think it's going to take a shit, or is it going to? I mean, it's Twitter. Does it die?
Well, it goes public, right? I mean, it goes private, right? If it gets acquired, so we know that.
It goes private. The website service will still be up, but if Musk has his way, he may end up charging, for example, business accounts a nominal fee, a couple dollars a month, in order for them to post their announcements and use it as a customer service platform.
I think the current status is that Musk is trying to get out of it by pretending, or maybe he actually is, a security threat by pandering to Russia and China. And so he's trying to get the deal ex-nade based on that and the Department of Justice investigation into him. That's my thoughts right now. And I think experts have weighed in and said that they think it's worth $10 to $12 billion, if I remember correctly. So he's taking quite the hit if he does manage to buy it.
Keep in mind, if he plays that game of like, hey, I'm tied with Russia and China, you need to stop this, all his SpaceX contracts with the US government will also be torn up. And he's not going to risk losing all that SpaceX stuff. Because it's not like they're going to say, oh, you can't be trusted with Twitter, but here, have this government money for your other companies. So I don't fully buy into this idea that he's going to make himself a threat and just let SpaceX and whatever Tesla gets from the government just disappear.
I think he's absolutely reckless enough to say the wrong shit and lose a contract all day.
And I suspect during all this, right, he's obviously paying and lobbying to get things his way. But I think this kind of diverges from the point, and the question really is this acquisition going to go through? And what does that mean for your investment?
Yeah, and why is Tesla tanking, right? I mean, why is Tesla? It's the short term support's to $211. Right now, it's at $208. So it's breaking support. It hit its 52-week low on the 20th last Thursday at $202. Is it going to be $100 stock? By the end of this week, I really do think something's going on where Musk is selling shares, and it's going to be have to be stated by the end of this month, and he's probably doing it to help fund more of his more to help fund the acquisition, even though he announced that he wasn't going to do this anymore. We all know that he tends to do things and then claim otherwise.
I will, to support that, if it counts at all, I did watch a documentary about Elon Musk where he said that he does stuff like that. He doesn't actually carry a lot of money. So a lot of times when he's doing things like this, he's going to sell Tesla stocks to try to buy Twitter shit. So I think that's going to reinforce what you say.
Yeah, and his net worth, you got to remember, he lost $100 billion. I mean, it's so far in the stock since the stocks tanked this year. So it's he's got a lot of money, but it's $100 billion. It's still $100 billion.
Yeah, if the deal goes through, he needs another like 5 billion, and it has to be before Friday. So if the deal goes through and all the details are announced how it's going to be funded, and it says some private equity from him, then you know that he has to dump Tesla really soon. So you don't even need to wait before the official release of the SEC file.
Could he acquire Twitter with another one of his companies?
I think that would be probably unfair to the other shareholders, if any.
The offer came from his family office, and I think the reason why he doesn't use, for example, Tesla to buy Twitter is because Tesla would still need to go for shareholder approval for the acquisition. By using his family office, he doesn't need approval. He's the only shareholder.
Yeah, and even Tesla only has like 20 billion cash on hand at the moment.
All right, we're halfway through, and we've been talking about Twitter, Elon, and SpaceX, Tesla for a little bit. What else we got? What other industries are interesting or popping off or popping down?
So if we can jump back to the military contracts for a minute, another company that I think is going to do really well in the next couple of weeks actually is Boeing. They're going to be filling a lot of orders, and I think they have the earnings call in 2 days. I think over the next couple of weeks, they're going to be performing really well.
Didn't some federal judge just rule, or I don't know what level judge, some degree of federal rule that like Boeing is actually responsible for all those deaths with their planes messing up and crashing? That like I forgot exactly what I was reading in the article, but there's like some liability that's been given to them that's going to take on some risk.
True.
It could affect them, but I mean, the orders are still being filled. They're still being made. So I think that's overall big picture. If they have to pay fines, I did read, I forgot which country it was. It wasn't, I want to say Japan made that ruling. I know what you're talking about, but overall, I think if the orders are still being filled and if their earnings reports are good, I still think they'll perform above average.
I thought Boeing was struggling a lot. I thought their new airplane wasn't going well or something.
The new Dreamliner?
Yeah.
787-1000 or whatever? Or 797? Next generation?
Maybe. I thought it was like a 760, 770?
Whatever it is.
787.
Whatever it is, Boeing is currently a little more volatile, partly because United Airlines is exploring a major, I think, 100 wide-body jet purchase. Now, the two major wide-body jets for the kind of markets United serves on their long-haul routes would be Airbus's A350 and Boeing's 787. So I'm sure there's a lot of negotiating and discussions going on behind the scenes from both Boeing and Airbus to attract United's purchase.
And Saudi Arabia is negotiating with Airbus for 40 of those A350s, so it's going to be a huge contract if Airbus wins it.
Oh, for their new for that new airline,
Yeah.
Riyadh or whatever.
Yep.
Well, all right.
Yeah, I don't really have any place. I'm just buying some TQQQ puts. I think that one of the big techs will report bad earnings and drag the rest down. But I just don't know which one to pick, so I'm just doing the index.
I'm still just holding Nintendo through May or so.
Also did some buy rights on TCDA. Well, that didn't work out.
TCDA, do tell.
Yeah, today was FDA approval, but yeah, they didn't get, or the phase 3 results, and they didn't work out, so they're down like 95%.
Oh
I
shit!
sold. I bought shares and sold deep in the money calls, but the premium is not making up for the loss in stock price, unfortunately.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you're just gonna gloss over that, like holding some TCDA so big. Sorry to hear about your loss, though.
What other plays do we have?
Don't sound too excited, guys.
That TCDA is really down. Holy moly! I'm going into banks today as usual. Be playing the call side. I'm going to be going in a little bit far out of the money. Be going for 38 calls. Holding on for it today. Going to be selling it tomorrow. And also going into JPM on the call side.
You're going to play Credit Suisse as well Thursday earnings.
Has there been any real news on Credit Suisse other than the fact that their CDS was rising?
They apparently got the liquidity they were looking for, although seeing as it's no longer in the news.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're also cutting personnel.
They're what? Cutting personnel?
Hiring people.
They
So you
agreed
guys.
to.
Oops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say like, hey, so you guys think like it's a lot worse internally, and they've kind of just quieted over the issues versus.
Well, yeah. What I was going to say is that there was news this morning that they agreed to pay 238 million euros to settle the French criminal tax case. So I think that's bullish for them that they, anytime you settle a big lawsuit with the government, I think that's positive.
Yeah, that's fair. That's because it removes that uncertainty that it's going to be a whopper of a fine, correct?
Sunak just got announced new Prime Minister of the UK. Markets respond pretty good.
Has it already been announced? Or is Bojo still in the race?
No, Bojo already cancelled. And it's now confirmed that Sunak is the new Prime Minister.
All right.
Or like Bojo withdrew his application or something.
With the conversation about, hi guys, thanks for having me. With the conversation about Pfizer earlier on about it jumping up to 10,000 of what its original cost was, I would be wary to make any moves on that before I see what AstraZeneca or Moderna do, because Pfizer is a U.S. based company and Moderna isn't. I'd like to see what the rest of the markets that have the vaccines that are, that the that are accepted are going to do with that.
Yeah, that's where I was with it.
I'm a little confused at all, like the surprise around Pfizer raising its prices. I thought that was their whole plan since day one, and that was like clearly communicated that, hey, we're giving out these first vaccines for free, but then you gotta pay, kind of like a real drug dealer.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
the first vaccines were in exchange for government funding and support, so
Right.
they were forced to sell at whatever the agreed upon price was then, and in exchange for not I believe filing for a patent, they're allowed to go to market pricing as soon as possible.
And keep in mind that Moderna, before the vaccine, had never actually published a vaccine. So this was their first major vaccine that they published. So, what's to say that they might hang back as opposed to Pfizer? Pfizer's, how many vaccines have they gotten approved for?
Right on. I think. Yep.
Moderna so far is a one-trick pony. However, the mRNA technology that they developed, which became this vaccine, could potentially serve as other vaccines as well, especially now that we are more or less in a COVID-19 endemic.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Take it for what it's worth, I guess, but I've seen 4 articles now since the whole mRNA thing popped off that they're claiming that cancer is going to be cured by mRNA in like the next 3 years. Like that. Right. And I kind of feel the same way, but at the same time, like we fucking popped off on COVID, didn't we? So, I mean, maybe. Who fucking knows?
So I think a lot of the success for COVID was attributed to like Project Warp Speed. I don't know if that's the correct place to place all the success on, but how much did they pump into that? Was it like how many billions of dollars?
How much did we pump into that? I mean, that's the whole thing with Pfizer, with all these, with Moderna, all of them. They were all funded by the taxpayers of the U.S. and then we graciously gave this stuff out to the world basically for free or on our tax.
Germany also spent billions on BioNTech, who was the real developer, and Pfizer had the capabilities to produce it on mass scale. It's not just the US.
That it was a shared combined solution, and then they basically there was no like ability to patent it, and then once the virus, I guess, split, that's when they were going towards the patents.
Entirely possible, but ultimately, what are the plays?
Yeah.
I got a potential play if you guys want.
Always.
Yeah,
as long as it's above $500 million market cap.
And sorry, just before you hop into that play, we got a burst of hands just now. So if you were trying to raise your hand before, you can try again now and see if it works. But sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak, guys. I'll back out now.
Yeah, this is more of a degen play. It's my first contribution to the group up here during the morning talks. Good morning, everyone. Recognize a bunch of people. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so GM puts looking at 3450s November 18th, given the wisdom of other people. I'm looking to try to get in at a price of 160 or 161, 162, somewhere in there. They have released, pardon me, they had announcements of a couple of releases of new vehicles in the line, but they're all EVs, which I think are going to be stagnated throughout the current market conditions. It's not going to be a big gain of a play, just a little bit of a pullback, especially since it's gone up in the last little bit. I am unaware of their earnings. I know that the earnings are coming up in a couple of days, so then IV is going to be a problem as well. I was thinking of not buying these in the morning, waiting till 10 o'clock to noon my time, CST. Feel free to tear that up.
So I will say for GM, the one thing I would think about, because you're talking about EVs, their 23 Chevy Volt is probably the cheapest EV you can get that has like a 200 plus mile range on it. The next comparable is the Leaf, which is only going to go like 150 if you're matching that price point. And a lot of people are looking to get EVs, and that's going to be one of the more affordable ones and ones that has had vehicles out before. So just something to keep in mind with them.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
earnings tomorrow.
Yeah, those EVs from Chevy Bolts, they're called. I went to a dealership actually to look at those. Those things are like back ordered. They are by far the cheapest EV you can get, like you said, with the 200 range, and they're with this tax incentives and stuff. It's like a $25,000 car. So they're going to crush Kia and Hyundai on
Expecting
sales.
higher earnings. Okay, and that's something I didn't look at. It's good to think about.
Yep.
Okay, helicopter. What do you think about the financing on the EVs?
Sorry, I was having some trouble this morning. Financing isn't a problem to get the loans right now. It's a problem the ones that are going bad. So on the GM side, friendly information. Somebody went into a dealership to try to buy a new pickup truck, high-end pickup truck, and the towing package requires buying all of the bells and whistles, and GM is lacking a lot of the chips to support the bells and whistles, so they're selling trucks with bells and whistles that don't work, with the promise, or trying to sell trucks with bells and whistles that don't work, with the promise that they'll install the chips once they get them. And I'm not sure how many people are going to go for that.
If I can interject real quick here, something I wanted to bring up. I wasn't going to talk about it at all today. I brought up the automobile put conversation a couple weeks ago. And we were talking about like GM puts, Ford puts, Stellantis puts. So far, none of my puts have gone well at all. Now, I know it's a longer put that I was going out for after earnings, but everything's stock price has continued to go up. I think 5% over the last couple of weeks. I don't know if we're going to see a big crash once earnings are reported. Traffic still seems low across the country, though, for domestic vehicles. But something you may want to be cautious of.
All right, I will be playing Baba today. I was very bull for them before the Friday market, and I will be switching sides today. Looks like Baba has a test level of 58, maybe 59. I'm not sure if it'll reach it this week. However, I have a funny feeling there's going to be a rebound towards the end of the week, so I might buy in early and hold on to it until Wednesday and sell off. I will be buying the 59 put price.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is anyone taking advantage of this dip in China right now?
I just bought some ETFs for China. I don't know what you guys think about that. Thanks for having me.
Which ones? There's more than one Chinese ETF.
Let me check real quick. Sorry.
I think it's a little premature to play the market as a dip down for China. I think China has a lot of potential, and there's still like a lot of money that's already been introduced in early September and as well as in October. So I feel like it's kind of like the real estate play where it's just a lot of bad news from the West, and then it just pans out to like, oh my gosh, look, we're recovering. But take that with a grain of salt.
What really happened over the weekend? Was it just the leadership switch?
Well, no, he
did not switch.
So Xi Jinping has been confirmed as the continued leader in China for the next 5 years, serving his third term, which is very unprecedented. His predecessor, Hu Jintao, was walked out of the Great Hall of the People of China, whatever it translates to, openly by stewards in front of cameras. And interestingly enough, at least according to the folks who I speak to who are in China, that footage is very hard to detect. So any mention of Hu Jintao is erased from Chinese WeChat. So I get the impression that the walking out of Hu Jintao was meant as an international message, basically saying, what's his name?
Yeah, like out
Xi
with the
Jinping
old.
Xi Jinping is staying in power, along with his yes men.
It's like
who
slapping
haven't-
your grandpa in the face.
No, I mean, didn't we expect this though?
Well, there were
Well-
also rumors of internal struggles within the party, and that's why he did this ultimate chat move by removing his predecessor from the, yeah, like you said, the House of Parliament, whatever it's called.
The problem with those rumors is that they only appeared in English news. You'd need to find some
Exactly.
independent Chinese journalism to confirm. So the fact that it showed up in English newspapers and news articles holds very little weight for me. If they had a
Yeah.
Chinese source, that's a different story.
It's propaganda written all over it. Even South Morning China News didn't even really report this so much.
In terms of plays, what this basically means is higher volatility for China, a potential continued unwillingness for Chinese companies to submit to US auditors, and an increasingly hostile and volatile stance with Taiwan. Now, I know there was talk of having Taiwan Semiconductor move their super valuable fabs, the ones that can produce sub 5 nanometer chips, to US or to other safer havens. But
That's
I'm
never
taking a
happened.
different Exactly. I think that's not going to happen. So I'm taking a different approach. Samsung is the second largest chip producer of these super high value chips after TSM. So I think in the event Taiwan is invaded and TSM factories are destroyed, calls on Samsung because their chip production is where all the orders will flow, with the exception maybe of Apple, who will probably move to LG instead.
Where's LG based out of?
Korea.
Yeah.
Korea.
That's what I thought. But then I thought, why wouldn't is Samsung doesn't have any chip makers?
Samsung has their own fab, but they also have the Galaxy phone series, which is a direct competitor to Apple's iPhone. So it's not in Apple's interest to
And they've already had
give.
some patent disagreements.
Bottom line, it's not in Apple's interest. So whatever the size of Apple's order is for TSM, assume it'll go to LG or other non-Samsung fabs. What other plays do we have?
I'm looking at a end of the day play around 3 o'clock. Discover Financial Services, Discover Card, DFS, David, Frank, Sam. They report after hours. They haven't fallen off as much as Visa and MasterCard, who also report Wednesday and Thursday, or sorry, Tuesday and Wednesday. So I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm betting on that Discover will fall after hours, and I'll probably cash in tomorrow. Probably just do some at the money puts.
You're gonna hold through earnings?
Yeah, I'm playing the earnings part because everybody's, from what I've read online, some of the articles are saying they should do better. They should, beat earnings. But of course, what I've seen from Ally and a few other people that report that do have any type of credit card issuing, they're allowing for extra write-offs for bad debts. And being that we've already seen some bad debts coming in 2 to 3 times factors over year, I don't see them hitting their earnings. And being that they haven't fallen off as much as Visa and MasterCard, there's extra room to fall.
Just as a speculative play, I have a bull case for the auto financing. I feel like we're going to have a recovery from some kind of bill passed. This is all speculative. Just trust me, bro, DD kind of thing. I feel like so real estate was the years before. Now it'll be the financing side, and they're going to get saved. Just a speculative idea. Excuse me.
I don't hate it with a push to EVs. Wouldn't surprise me.
Also on the financial side, I would definitely play calls on the Visa and MasterCard. Visa is very in line with the banks. So when JPM and BAC and the Brotherhood, as I like to call it, go up, Visa usually follows suit. So
Hey guys, kind of random, but what do we think about the Indian market?
Bullish.
About India or Arizona?
India, like the country.
Broadly bullish on India, provided there's a willingness to cooperate with Western companies who want to move their manufacturing there.
India is a pretty big place. Is there anything in particular in India that you're looking for?
Cheap labor.
No, I'm just looking at like the tech stocks.
Like what?
Honestly, I haven't put much research into it yet. That's why I was asking you guys.
No, it's okay, Chose.
I'm not sure about their stability in regards to keeping upkeep for power and just kind of their grid itself. It seems like they have a lot of issues lately. So I don't know how we could pin exactly what factories or sectors would be valuable there. Sorry, my English is just horrible today.
How familiar is anyone here with the Fed's potential for pivoting with their rates management?
It's only the one Wall Street Journal article from Friday that you can take maybe kind of serious, and the rest is just.
I
I
agree.
think the Fed is looking at what's happening in China because I don't think they have to make a move, to be honest, with the fact that if things had changed more in terms of their parliament, maybe the COVID zero policy would change. And then that would drive inflation up like crazy.
I think the Japanese yen is a example of how strong the dollar is. Obviously, the Japanese bank intervened, this weekend in regards to Japanese yen, and it went down 5 cents, 145, and now it's back up to 149. So I think the dollar holds some strength for quite some time. In regards to your question, though, I think the pivot will be in play. I think China is undervalued right now, and I think that will be the shock. And because we can't let go of China, they're our friends, right? At the end of the day.
More like frenemies. They like disliking one another, you know? But I'm wondering if this Wall Street Journal article will drive a mini rally in SPY to like the 380, 390 range before the Fed funds announcement on November 2 tanks it again.
Yeah, I think GDP will also be quite important on Thursday.
Yeah, there's very important data coming out on Friday. I think we have the manufacturer's PCE coming out on Friday. There's a lot of data coming out towards the end of the week. I think we could see this rally stopping a little bit before the FOMC, or at least reversing direction heading into the FOMC. It's just so wild because just 2 weeks before, Daly had been on an in-depth interview on Bloomberg, like just explicitly stating that she would not pivot, and then just boom, out of nowhere, nothing has changed. All of a sudden, this Wall Street Journal article comes out. It's just that it's so crazy.
Hard to say which. I do want to point out that the GDP announcement coming on Thursday is a quarterly change that is annualized. So basically quarterly times 4. So it's not quite the true annual GDP change.
Hey, you said GDP, and I noticed that China came out and said that their GDP was up 3.9%, but that was after saying they weren't going to release any of those numbers. So do we believe those numbers at all?
No.
Yes, I think they're undervalued. Once again, they came in and there's so many articles that came out this weekend that were really just vague on the details. It was just literally more it was just so vague on the details. Someone who knows people inside China, I would argue the fact.
Would you like to sell me some puts on Yang? We can work out a good price.
Yeah, sure.
I've got some plays for the week.
Let's hear it, Scald.
Sarcasm.
Yeah. Holding AGNC puts through earnings or after hours today. The biggest thing here is I'm looking at another increase in the leverage rate for AGNC. Last several times they've had to leverage up their mortgage-backed securities. Again, these are residential mortgage-backed securities. They're already at an 8.7 times leverage. Going to be watching those earnings closely to see if it goes up yet again. if their leverage rate begins to drop, my puts will be destroyed. But I'm holding puts through earnings, expecting that to continue on a bearish trend. Also looking at Alphabet, I don't really have a play either way on Alphabet, but it's going to inform how I play some of the other tech stocks. I saw that Facebook, Meta moved down pretty much in line with Snap. And last time this happened, Facebook reported lukewarm earnings, but still popped. So looking at maybe near-term calls on Facebook, as you know, my general thesis on Meta and Facebook is still bearish. But I think that maybe it was an overreaction to Snapchat's earnings. Other than that, we did the first episode of Spooky Stonks, where we asked ghosts with a spirit box for plays. The only one they gave above the market cap, I'm going to have to explain the rules to these ghosts better next time, was Agilent. The ticker is A, so I'm going to be bullish on them. That's it.
Tickers
All right,
from
thank you for sharing, Scald.
All right, so I do have one play because I promised to be positive and give bullish plays. BOWL, Bolero. It is a bowling alley conglomerate based out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. Yes, it does meet market cap. And yes, it is undervalued based on just like its quick ratio looks good. It's below 1 for its price to book ratio. And it looks like it's actually shooting up. Next earnings are on February 8th, but I actually think they're going to do really well as people move indoors for activities during fall and winter. So I think you're going to see that company do real well in February. So I'm going to probably pick up calls for March at about $15 strike price.
And Kramer loves them.
Inverse.
Verse.
Puts.
That's because Kramer's a human bowling ball.
All right, thank you for sharing, Trash Panda. That's market open. Opinion wanted everyone to know that the Twitch and YouTube streams for these Wall Street Bets talks are live. You're welcome to engage in the comments there. And we'll be continuing this. Well, for those who would like to continue this conversation or have specific questions about options answered, feel free to follow me, user hardyrekshin. We'll be hosting a talk immediately after market open. All right. Thank you all for joining. Try not to lose too much money, and we will see you all tomorrow.
I hope I didn't hype up the post show too much. It's really just this one screen of Jay Powell and the Burr Machine. But that being said, we are going to switch back to the main show and move on over to Hardy's show. So if you just give me 2 seconds, I'm going to refresh a couple of things and then tune into his show. So here we go. I'm just going to switch back to the main show now, and in just a second, the audio is going to come back. So here we go.
Oh, it got busy quickly. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Howdy.
So I only got to come up and speak a little late to the RTX and Boeing stuff, but Boeing is in the midst of a fire sale. They are so backlogged with their 737s due to the poor engineering that they are selling them very cheap right now. So anyway, and RTX is not a growth stock. No matter what their earnings are, it's not changing that much.
Yeah, I agree. Boeing is actually in a very big discount, so and that's a good company. So
Hardy, I had a question in regards to Baba. I noticed that it goes from 59.58 and then straight to 55.50, 5 intervals back. Do you know why it does that? Or, yeah, if you don't mind educating me on that, please.
You're talking about the October 19 gap?
Yes. Or, excuse me, the October 28th. Yeah.
28? Which date specifically include the year?
Oh, I do apologize. October 28th to 22. The puts are showing 59, 58, and then it goes strictly to 55, and then 50 and 45.
Oh, you're talking options expirations. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
That's a function of market makers' willingness to make a market for what's it called, for strikes with that granularity. So, supposedly there's a list of actual rules that determines like what strikes and what expirations are made and created. I never bothered to memorize them because there's so many exceptions anyway.
And would it not be updated till Thursday, technically speaking? Is that still the case?
In theory, yes. In practice, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Pardon me, I'm a little in over my head while I get all my trades lined up for the day.
Does anybody have any good calls or puts for today while the market's opening?
I'm going to start looking at a position. Good morning. Pinterest. They report Friday, and I think they're gonna report bad numbers like always. So I think they might get to like pre-pandemic levels, like $13, $14, $15. So I'll be eyeing that today.
Okay, I got into Baba puts, just as everybody knows, on the 58 strike price. And so if you're interested in coming in, come on in. I do think it will go down to about 58 today. And then once it hits 58, I'm selling off.
But hey, I finally was able to raise my hand today. My goodness.
Welcome, Weeb. All right. I don't know if Oxy's going to keep going back up.
dude, are we taking a leak?
Who is that?
He's a badass.
All right.
It could be a sink, just to be fair.
Or it could be just leak.
It sounds like someone needs to get their prostate checked. Low flow and all that.
All I know is I'm still curious why Tilray hasn't completely just, gone back down to the bottom already.
That's a good question. I don't have an answer for you.
I've learned quite early that nothing is like a water slide.
Well, it should be interesting because I think someone said that they wound up going up because they made an acquisition, and I just think Tilray is a useless company, and everyone keeps thinking, oh, weed's gonna get legalized, and they've been saying that for I think the last 20 years.
Invest in Scott's Miracle Grow when weed becomes legal, or even now. It's a better company in the weed game.
I'll buy in around February on that.
Oh yeah, don't do it now. Overpriced now, but if you actually want to hold something that's invested in weed that isn't entirely weed,
Scott's Mule has an entire wheat division called the Hawthorne division.
Well, see, I don't even care about weed. Like I don't like the whole idea of recreational use in that. So like whenever I'm investing with air quotes in weed companies, it's to the downside.
Oh, well, you're probably going to lose money at some point doing that then.
Doesn't weed bring you down, technically?
Just ask Mast on all of his investing into Sundial, see how much that's brought him down.
Hey guys, good morning. Quick side note. Did you see that Bloomberg News has 1,900 followers on Twitter?
That's it?
What?
I didn't say Bloomberg. I said Broomberg.
No,
Is
I
that
heard
spelled?
you. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey guys, just a question. This is the first time I'm seeing a space back to back with some of the mods from the other one. I'm just wondering, is this going to be a regular thing?
Hardy normally does it on like Mondays and then sometimes on Fridays.
Monday,
never
Wednesday,
does it on
Friday
Tuesdays.
is usually when I host. Tuesday, Thursday, I have too much to do.
Awesome, thanks. No, I prefer you guys much more than the Twitter Spaces because I'm working from home, so it feels good to have some company.
Do you have any place for us sufficient by chance?
Puts on Twitter.
Let's see. Give me a second.
Really tempted to get into some natural gas.
So, did anybody read about the Walmart suggesting payment through their point system program?
Hey, whoever asked me for a suggestion, if I was to buy an option right now, I would buy it on TSM calls 2 weeks out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm 2 weeks out. Do you happen to know why?
Yeah. One, like, first of all, I'm not gonna just use market cap and their current price as a metric for why I think it's undervalued, as like really undervalued, even though it is. But second would be, I mean, we're coming close towards the Christmas season, and I know Apple said that they cut down their Apple new phone manufacturing limit or something production. But I still believe that there's gonna be other demands in around Asia as well. So it's not just the North American demand or North American companies that are using TSM. It's not only Apple that's using TSM. So yeah, this is bargaining right now.
Do you have any insight to who else they're using?
I can download. I can get a list. Give me a second.
I see. Thank you. Please watch the Baba break 57. If it does, interesting day. I bought the 45 for 3 cents, so I'm in 2 plays now, or 2 strike prices for Baba.
I bought
If
2
anybody-
calls on Boyle.
How long does it typically take? 15 minutes after open for them to update option prices?
No, I should update every minute.
Really?
Or every second, technically
Hey,
speaking.
so as of 2021 December, Apple with the 25.93% on TSMC, MediaTek had 5.80, AMD 4.36, Qualcomm 3.90, Broadcom at 3.77, Nvidia 2.83, Sony 2.54, Marvel
Gee, I
1.39,
need to take my Adderall.
Analog Devices 1.06, Intel at 0.84, Marvel at 1.39. However, this is as of
What are we
December.
talking about? Sorry, I'm a little confused. I know you're talking
TSM
about
capacity. It's companies
Oh.
that are buying up TSM capacity.
Okay, that's what I thought.
As of December 2021, so this has probably fluctuated to a certain extent. If I find something brand new, I will share right away. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I know you guys are, kind of big econ finance people, and some of you are degenerates. Is anyone playing
Bloomberg,
Victoria 3 when it comes out? Anyone into that type of stuff?
Is it a PC game? What kind
It
of
is.
console?
It's an economy simulator. So essentially, you're taking control of any nation between 1836 and 1936.
I understand that, but
running
is
it.
it for
It's called,
PC, mobile, or?
It is for PC.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, you're trying to avoid the Great Depression.
Oh, you could try to do that, right? But like, it starts at 1836. So like, if you want to play as the United States, you can like go through the Civil War. If you play as England, you're like feeding opiates to the Chinese. It's
Consumers.
If you're playing Belgium, you're killing people in the Congo. But also, you make decisions. You could like play as Haiti and have it not be what it is today.
It sounds like a fantasy game.
Yeah. Have you ever played game?
Yeah. Have you played game? Do you play?
I mean, dude, I played World of Warcraft.
Yeah, that's a fantasy game.
I had a lot of money in the auction in my house, and I used to undercut people. But yeah.
Can someone sell me their Baba puts? I'm trying to buy a lot of them, specifically, excuse me. Trying to get in the 60 range, but no one's willing to sell to me right now. So if you have some, please sell me some.
Good morning, kings and queens. Hope everybody had a good weekend.
Yeah,
Oh,
baby,
Hendrix.
I did.
Hey,
Hendrix, how you doing?
Solid gold.
Thank you for coming in last minute yesterday. We really appreciate that.
Oh, you guys had me laughing last night. I was so high. Like, what the fuck are you asking me? And then I took me a second to realize, like, oh no, they want a legit response. And so I had to like actually, this is real research.
Good times, good times. All right, guys. I know I keep stressing Baba, but it looks like it's going to break to 57 today. So if you're not in, I don't know how much money I can give you for free. On other news, it looks like Microsoft is kind of gearing up to go up a little bit. And also Johnson & Johnson is heavily up. And TSM is actually down. Meta is down. Tesla is down $9.19, 24 cents. Baba obviously down. And it looks like we might have a good play for Home Depot. But speculative, if they don't reach $8, then I buy the put side.
Well,
$8
Tesla's down because Elon's got to sell by Friday.
Can you spend another minute on the Baba play?
Yeah, I might jump into it. Why is it sold down? What's going on with there?
Well, I was very bull on Baba for Xi Jinping election. Kind of saw it coming. But yeah, I just feel like Baba is a very strong company, and it needs to kind of fill the gap, as you like to call it. at that 57 level. And if it goes past 57, then it's going to hurt a little bit. But like I said, I'm trying to get some people to buy me the 58 puts, but I can't buy any. They're just coming in so large. My small order doesn't mean anything to them. So if you want to get in while you can. But speculatively play till about 60, 50. And then if it goes past that, then you can keep adding to your position. But there is no DD on this play, guys. I was a total bull last week. So this is purely speculative.
Historically, I don't fuck with Chinese stocks.
Well, historically, you do fuck with Chinese products. So you should change that.
Has anyone heard from Jack Ma? I haven't seen him in the news since his debacle like last summer.
Yeah, I thought in May he was seen last and he was doing okay. But they have good what do they call those things? Dummies. What's it called, guys, when you have another
Body
person?
doubles.
Yeah, thank you, doubles.
I'm wondering if Baba's decline has to do with the fact that Xi Jinping is retaining power. And he and Ma were at odds retaining power. And he and Ma
There's a
I
lot
know
of
that
people at
they're
odds with Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping. I know that. Well, they had the ant financial problem, and then I guess like I know that. They had the ant financial problem, and it's something to do with Hong Kong at the time. In regards to the ant financial branching out, and they wanted to come to America. In regards to the ant and they kind of got obviously pushed back a little bit, and I think that was just more of a political move. Pushed back a little bit, but that's speculation. I think that was just more of a political move.
Don't forget that everyone is afraid that Xi Jinping will strike down on technology even more because he thinks it's dangerous and stuff like that.
Where did you hear that?
He thinks it's dangerous and stuff like that. Oh, look it up. I read it yesterday or today.
Oh, my bad. Oh, that must be true. Oh, my
They
bad.
have been doing
Oh, that must be true.
crackdowns for months.
Oh, my
They
bad.
have been doing
Yes, that's why.
Yeah,
that's why tech went down. Yes, that's why he's there for another 5 years.
Yeah, they went down, but it was more just to rein in the financial side. Yeah, they went down, but it was more in regards to a tech powerhouse. Trying to kill that, I don't see them trying to do that as a long-term play. They still want to be number one at the end of the day. Trying to do that as a long-term.
Problem is that Xi Jinping only has naysayers around him. Like who's going to oppose him now, or have to tell him, or have the guts to tell him, oh, maybe this is not a good policy, or have.
Well, if you want to
Anya
believe
will tell him.
I would say that really at the end of the day, it's the townsmanship, mayors and governors that play the role. And then they have like basically political people from Xi Jinping political party that kind of just checks in with them and make sure that they're kind of still on a, what do you call that? The straight and narrow lane, if you want to call it that. But everyone is going back and forth across the red tape. It's just by the time the guy comes to check, everything looks, kosher. I just don't think if you're gonna put a bear market on China, I think that's the last place I'd pick. I'd pick Taiwan or even Japan or even South Korea.
Oh, yeah, totally drank the Chinese Kool-Aid.
They have a lot more runway than most of the world.
You're dealing with 1 billion people, and please don't believe the whole speculative play about India. I just feel like their infrastructure is not up to par, as someone would like to believe. I mean, we could easily go to Africa for the services that are provided in India.
I would say that India does have economic development zones where those individual zones are pretty advanced. But I would agree that as a whole, you're correct, and that their infrastructure is somewhat lacking.
Yeah, the Hang Seng is down like 50% since in the last 5 years.
Also, I feel like Google really invested heavily in Europe and in Africa, as well as in Spain, and they didn't really put a lot of infrastructure inside of India itself, and really told Indians to come over to those countries for a good paying job.
Yeah, like if you look at Delhi as a whole, within India, right? It's like not great infrastructure. But if you look at specifically the DLF Cyber City Zone, which is what was built to attract Fortune 500 companies to invest directly in India, it's like, I mean, it's a like almost, they've got their own monorail system. They have really powerful fiber internet there. They have a bunch of data centers. Um, I mean, like that you'll get something very different, and you'll have a very different experience if you're traveling to there versus say like just wandering the streets of the city, right? So I mean, I view that as very similar to how China has special economic zones, right? If you go into the backwoods of China, you'll find large areas that are very underdeveloped still. But I mean, if you go into Shenzhen or Hong Kong, you'll have a very different experience.
Yep, that is correct. But I feel like Shenzhen is a great example to play on India. It is the same in retrospect. You have too many competitors in one location, and that's the same thing that will happen in India.
Isn't that good?
Yes, of course.
Discovery is easy.
There's no such thing as too many competitors. That's what makes things go around and things go up. And people have to get out of the way or get run over.
I think it's good. My only question is I'm not very familiar with the infrastructure that's really truly in place in India. So if someone wants to shine some light on it, that would be appreciative. In regards to like what's their access to having the resources available from a material standpoint that China already has. Does anyone have any insight into India by chance?
Great food.
Kinda.
I was about to say that. Good food, some really friendly people, have some political instability when you talk about the regions that border China and Pakistan. Other than that,
India's right now at this point in time growing extremely nationalistic, and there is some growing internal discrimination between Hindu and Muslims.
Oh yeah.
that's not growing. That's been there since they were
47
established.
almost.
Partition?
It's been there
Yeah,
since
the
the
partition, definitely.
But the issue is that the current Prime Minister Modi is kind of fanning the flames
Yep.
for this this. He's not like the beacon of democracy that the West would hope him to be, and it's really kind of a long-term issue that Western powers are going to have to address if they don't want India to become kind of like a very similar version of China. Because right now, as far as Indians are concerned, there are like two big priorities, and that is having a Hindu state, and in addition to that, also having constant economic growth and prosperity. So, in a very similar vein to what happened in China in the past decade, no one will really give a shit if if you start oppressing Muslims or if you remove their citizenship or right to vote, as long as you constantly have good economic growth. And Modi is kind of wrangling with that now in this situation. because while there might be good economic growth in India overall, it's still dependent on Western nations for exports. So if he doesn't, fulfill the people's mandate of good economic growth in the next 5 years, if we have a very bad recession, it might be very bad for him.
Hey guys, one thing I want to add about India. I don't know about the geopolitical landscape as much, but we have a lot of brokers in India for our firm. And the biggest challenge for a lot of the individuals there is the inflation rate. Their inflation rate is 15 to 22%. So every time we give an average annual review, we still give them like 18 to 20% bump in salary every year. That's been going on for 4 or 5 years that I'm aware of. So whatever you put into account for economic growth, just consider that.
So get a bunch of US dollars, go over to India, live like a king. Got it.
Papa's sitting on 6009. Please watch the level for 5950.
I'd do Thailand over India. Better hospitals.
Yeah, you ever been to India?
I've only visited India. I've never lived there for any
Oh,
reasonable amount of time.
I meant the guy who said he was gonna move there.
Nah, I haven't looked at that. I was, if I could ever get good at trading options, and if it wasn't for the fact that it's the middle of a huge, like, World War III, I would be down to live in Ukraine. I've been there a couple times, and you can get a really nice apartment for real cheap in Kyiv.
A lot of pretty women too.
Yeah, I'm going to double down on those statements. They have a pretty great digital, like I've worked with them on Web3 projects in the past, and they do, like their Ministry of Digital Transformation is very serious about emergent technologies, FinTech and stuff like that. You can't forget the first property ever sold anywhere on Earth as an NFT was actually in Ukraine. So it's unfortunate what's going on over there.
Ukrainians know their stuff in IT. I have to admit that they got some good hackers too.
So what is going on with Mullen? There's a bunch of shill accounts I follow that I follow them to see what stocks are being promoted, and Mullen's on the list, MULN. I can't figure out why they're up 40% today, other than maybe they're being shilled as a pump and dump. I'm just trying to figure it out. Ticker's MULN.
That's
Any
precisely
insights?
what's going on. The rumor
It's
is
literally just that.
yeah. So if you can, let's see, do they have options on Mullen?
They do. So I'm looking at them on Fidelity right now. So they have a couple stories that's breaking. So apparently they secured a sales license for the iGo EV in Europe is what is going on with them. That's why they're soaring.
If you can sell the October 28 50-cent strike for 10 cents, that means, and you buy 100 shares at 53 cents, that means your floor is 43 cents to on the shares until expiration. So what is that? 10 cents into 53 in collateral.
Yeah, but that would still put you below the floor before the recent pump. Like it would still be
correct. But I'm thinking you can do the October 28, let it expire, roll over to the November 4, so that you can effectively keep bringing down your acquisition price, and then strictly through covered calls you can free roll the shares, or use it as collateral for other things.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you.
I'm just hoping GM craps the bed tomorrow. My puts will print.
What's the strike? What's the strike, Weeb?
Let me check. I think they're $30. Yeah, $30 puts on GM.
Sorry, Skull.
Other thing I'm looking at is AGTC. There's no play here anymore, but they're going private. which is why they're up 50% on the day. They basically just jumped to the pegged acquisition price, but they're actually slightly above their acquisition. They're 4%. They're trading 4% above the acquisition price. So I'm not entirely sure why that is. Why they would be trading at a premium of the acquisition, considering they're such a small company. But there's no play there because the options chain is garbage. But
HTZ Hertz, is that what that is called?
AGTC. It's a eye care genetic engineering biotech. I don't think there's any plays there, but I do like your covered call strategy on Mullen to reduce calls. That's pretty clever, Hardy. I think I'm going to do that now.
Sorry, Scald. What was that ticker one more time?
Well, the first one was Mullen, which you and I already talked about this morning, Teddy. And then the second was AGTC. It's trading over a premium of acquisition slightly. It's being acquired for $24 million, currently trading at a $25 million price.
All right. Thank you.
But again, the options are super expensive, so I don't think there's any play on it.
So when looking at Mullen and that for the calls and that, are you expecting it to continue to go up, or are we expecting it to go down after a bit?
It's going to go back down. That's one that has been talked about and then dropped, and then it was popular and then it wasn't again. I think if somebody is looking to hold it long term, there's a chance it could eventually be like an acquisition target, but I wouldn't hold my breath for that.
Yeah, it's a clear pump and dump stock.
So if my GM puts print tomorrow, I'll use those to buy some on them.
Is Rishi Sunak the first Prime Minister of Indian heritage?
He will be if he becomes the Prime Minister.
Gotta say, that's some reverse colonialism right there.
Yeah, he's gonna say this is now property of India now, bitches.
The long game.
The sun never sets on the Indian Empire? Wait, what?
Yeah, because they're freaking in IT departments everywhere.
Go to Chennai in June. It definitely doesn't ever set.
I'm doubling down on my puts for Baba. There's a small upward motion.
Yeah. And anyone know any good places to visit in Japan? I'm kind of eyeballing that for my next vacation if I can get a plane ticket for the right price.
Disney
Did someone
Sea.
say cap on it?
Or actually, latter day. Go to Amazon Prime. Watch James May's Our Man in Japan to give you a collection of things to explore.
Oh boy, that sounds like fun. I know, one of the things I know for sure is going to be on my list is the Nintendo theme park in, I think it's Osaka.
Osaka.
You Americans butchered their names, yeah.
No, just if you don't speak Japanese, it's hard to know the proper pronunciation.
No problem. I love American, okay? You bring dollar.
I just
didn't
figure
hear
with
that. I think it was just the wind.
with the way the yen's going, I say, hey, why not?
Yeah, I think why not? You can always pull your money out here too, guys. So if you wanna, if you have Capital One or, I think it's the only one. I think Chase. If you have Chase business account, you could pull out for free. Yeah. I don't know about the international transactions. For other banks.
I had stepped away, but I had heard tourism in Japan, and then I heard something about a wind. So I just wondered if we were talking about when the wind blows, the barrel makers get rich. If you're talking about that old Japanese proverb, or if I'm completely.
I'm just thinking, when Nintendo Moon, I go to Nintendo. Because I have, I think, 150 shares of the ADR. Let me look. Can't remember since they did the split. 155 shares, yeah. So I currently own about $1,500 worth of Nintendo stock. So if they pop off after they come up with these new games, it's like that will definitely pay for that vacation.
Balling out, you are.
There's been some word on the street that the Japanese yen will hit about 170, 180. But I don't imagine that will happen till December.
Well, I'm not looking to go there till May, so.
Then explore perhaps the points and miles world latter day. So that you can
by
get
all
yourself. So you can buy yourself first class round trip Japan Airlines or ANA tickets, because flying at the front of the plane, especially over that long a distance, is oh so satisfying.
Oh, that'd be nice if I could, but unfortunately the card I have is tied to a specific airline.
What's the airline?
Delta.
Oh, Delta flies with usually with Korean
Air
Airlines.
France and KLM. Oh, they do Korean Airlines too?
Yeah, they're not going to fly France into Japan. But yeah, Delta, you can go with Korean Airlines, or you can fly with JAL. They don't have any direct flights as far as I'm concerned. They stopped them for now. But it's been a minute since I looked. And I say a minute, I mean like a couple months, like 4 months.
Look at the various sign-up bonuses latter day. You can use that for like $3,000 in expenses, so your usual card spend. Potentially get enough miles because of sign-up bonuses to book yourself round-trip business to Japan.
I'll certainly get a head start
and then
on it.
cancel the card after you book your tickets.
After, oh dear. Because I know on this one, I think it's like if I spend $1,000 within 3 months, I get 40,000 bonus miles.
More reason to go ahead and buy the first class ticket as recommended.
Seems like Tesla might break 200 and SPY is about to go net red. Oof.
If Tesla breaks that 200 support, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yep.
Well,
because the next support on Tesla is way down there. At least when I was looking at them on Friday. I don't know if something's changed.
Yeah, I bought puts. That's what I'm betting on right now because Elon has to sell this week, unless he just like wants to get fucking destroyed by the courts.
Does he have to sell, or could he just raise more loans and use the shares as collateral?
Well, the issue with that is that those loans have higher interest, and like using shares as collateral on that way is fine, but it really exposes the other loans that he has as collateral. So it has this multiplicative effect where all of a sudden he could lose everything.
I think we're all tired of Elon Musk cosplaying as discount Iron Man, and we'd like for him to just build and sell freaking cars. I mean, that's just my opinion, and maybe I'm off base here. But...
Yeah. And word on the street, and by word on the street, I mean based off of the articles that I've been reading, he's literally just been fucking sprinting to try to find financing for this, and he has found jack shit. Like he's like essentially fucked, right? Because who wants to finance this? No one wants this. Everyone knows it's a terrible valuation, so it has to come out of his pocket personally.
I think that it's a little speculative on the social media aspect, because if you look at everything that came out after it, all the movements from whatever political side you're on, all those social platforms pretty much tanked, and Twitter still stayed afloat. So I still think there's a evaluation there that could be held in the proper investments eyes, because a lot of people like dead assets. They like assets that are shit and that can re-up. And sorry, I'm just totally talking on tandem here. I mean to say it's being brought from the dead. And I think there's a lot of people that would be willing to put their money towards that.
So you think Twitter is being brought back from the dead? I mean, I don't think Twitter is dead in the first place. I think it's really, really bad for Twitter when Elon Musk buys it, right? I think a lot of the policy changes that are made are going to drive off a user base regardless of what he does. But also the ownership staking right now, like, what is it, like Saudi Arabia and China? No one wants to fucking touch that.
Do you think that the ownership and the agreements that they had currently are a great reason to not buy into it? I mean,
I think what's going to happen, and I think the biggest, like I have Tesla puts, right, based off of the Twitter buyout. I think my biggest risk right now is the national, the DoD basically saying this is not happening. We're not having like our major social media platforms controlled by the Saudis and the Chinese. Like
and how do you know they're not already played by that?
What do you mean?
How do you know we don't have Saudi Arabia already invested into Twitter already?
No, they would be a private stakeholder, right? There's a difference between, I own shares of Twitter and there's a board and I have partial ownership and the board has like fiduciary responsibility to the stockholders, versus this is a private company and our state owns it. Like TikTok, right? It's why TikTok is under so much national scrutiny right now.
Twitter is already, well, TikTok was already under scrutiny in the very beginning, but no one listened, and it is what it is. But
right.
Twitter already has, technically it's a private company, and so they already have private, insight already from outside parties that have already put money into it. Now, I have no understanding.
It's a publicly traded company.
Outside meaning like private deals.
Sorry, can you clarify what do you mean by private deals?
I believe that there's probably some inside deals going on. Like, for example, there's a lot of censorship that is very Saudi Arabia driven. Like, for example, like in Iran, all those like there's a very political movement going on right now for like the hijab or whatever it's called, and so they have a lot of censors going on there. Hijab, thank you. And so it's very, if you look at like what's censored and what's not, it's very driven by the government. So there's got to be a hand in there that's not spoken about, is what I'm trying to get at.
You're trying to say that like state media, like, yes, like the internet is controlled by local governments. Twitter can't really do anything about that. Are you saying that Twitter is actively censoring, everything that happens? I doubt that. I strongly doubt that Twitter is.
I'm not making that suggestion by any means. I just said that there's private parties that are involved with Twitter, I believe.
In what capacity is my question? Like, are they officially part of Twitter, or are
I
they?
I couldn't answer that for you. I have no knowledge of the deals.
Okay.
Does anyone know how the Russia war will play out come December?
Winter will set in, and then the war will change.
It'll be sluggish.
Tesla's hitting 200. Going to test it right now.
Think Tesla will dip below 200?
Yep.
Yeah. So what's if it breaks 200? What are we looking at? 170 possibly.
140 is my guess.
I was thinking 160. I'll wait to 140.
Wow. I like 170.
Are we talking in
I'm
one
just
day?
constantly refreshing to see what happens. It got down to like 8.5 cents within it, and now it's starting to climb back up. It's now
Yeah, the
low was
$200.01 for today.
There's no support. TD Ameritrade saying it got down to $200.01.
2 cents on Yahoo, but that's Yahoo.
It seems like it's starting to climb back up. It might hit back up to 201 today. Who knows?
I think it might play bounce back to 205 area and then test that. And then once it tests again on the 205, 204.75, we're going to have a test of the top there.
It's certainly dancing around the 230 or 230, as in like 30 cents. So now it's down to 16 cents. This is like this is better than scrolling through Facebook, I will say. Oh, down to 203.
Here we go.
And Baba's sitting at 59.80. Give or take.
202.16.
Baba just passed 59.60.
I saw 200 flat.
Yep, we're at 200.
Oh yeah, 200.
Please watch the 205 level coming back up.
How much does he have to sell, you think? Like, really? I think he's going to sell.
I think it will be an interesting day.
He is selling. You're watching him sell.
Oh, 200 flat. Oh man, that is testing it so close. It's like, come on, I want to see the 1999.
Oh, there we go.
Baba 59.50. Please watch out.
There's a huge wall at 200.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
59.48 for Baba. Let's see if it holds.
I'm seeing a combined 300,000 shares for to buy at 200, or an order to buy 300,000 shares at 200.
Yep,
it just hit 200 again.
There's a couple six-figure orders at 200.
Strong support.
I wish they buy GME instead.
200 flat. Oh, and there it goes. It's now under 200.
Yep, we got it. My 200
Holy crap.
hits are printing.
And
she's back up. That was short-lived.
I mean, the fact it hit it, though. The fact it dipped.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what you're seeing now is a bunch of people buying in because it hit under 200, and now it's shoving up the price again, and now
it's red. It's going back down.
Is anyone playing my Baba put side?
Oh, there you go. Oh, shoot. Baba, I haven't touched. I'm kind of tied up on all my other stocks. Like, I'm waiting for GME to moon again. Come on.
Baba hitting 58.
This is just... I'm supposed to be doing this reading for homework, but this is way more intense, and I've already read the story once before anyway.
Hardy, are you seeing a play? And I don't want to take you from your screen, so I do apologize. Are you? So you don't have to answer this. Let me know when you have some time.
What's up?
I'm seeing a play for China stocks when America's going down, like SPY, for example. China's going back up, their companies, and then vice versa. And then I feel like now they're both kind of going downhill together.
Is Tilray's finally starting to slide back down. They're down 6%. My puts are almost back in the money.
So, if SPY goes down, implying U.S. companies are much weaker, then potentially they won't be as able to import from China. And if that happens, Chinese economy goes down. So I have trouble believing there's an inverse relationship between U.S. and Chinese economies. One needs the other.
Thank you.
China, of course, has been trying to divest from that dependency by exporting to the likes of Europe and investing those profits into Africa. I don't know how well that's going to work.
I want to break 199 to 198.
Yeah, it's going to hit 198.
And the fact that I guess they kind of pulled out of Africa on some projects. That's
No, the
what
short
the
ends.
198.
Playing puts on Tesla on the 198 level. I don't even know the option chain going on there right now.
200.
When's Tesla's next earnings?
They just had theirs.
Oh, it just happened?
So in 3 months?
Dang.
Well, their earnings were bad too.
Well, yeah, but I just didn't know if it had another catalyst where it could go down a lot sooner or not. So that would put.
Well, they're
their next
selling the
earnings
cars produced in China at a lower margin.
Yeah.
January 24th, next earnings.
January 24th is the next earnings. Oh, gosh.
Was that already announced in their investor relations page?
Or is that just the anticipated next earnings report?
Usually they don't announce until like 6 weeks out.
Yeah, it shows on my screen. They just put the estimated earnings per share, and then expected
Correct.
report date is 1/24/23.
There it is. So expected report date, not
Yep.
it hasn't yet been announced by Tesla.
Yep.
Well, maybe I'll ask for Tesla puts for Christmas.
You can buy Tesla puts now.
Yeah, but that requires money.
Oh, oof. Forgot about that.
So the Tesla doesn't seem to announce their earnings in press releases, or they don't announce when the earnings will be announced. Huh. All right.
So Tesla, I believe it was in 2020 or 2019, there was a very, very bear case for Tesla, and everybody was buying the put side, and then they ended up saying that China sales were above expected, and that's how they got their sales metrics up. And then they ended up doing successfully in December. The question is, will that happen again, and will they play another country in its hand?
So I just got a notification for a post that someone put on Wall Street Bets saying that over the last 100 years, the sure sign of an oncoming financial crisis has been a Philadelphia-based baseball team winning the World Series. So the World Series this year is going to be the Astros versus the Phillies. So if the Phillies win, make sure you load up on puts.
I hate Houston.
Oh, inverse that.
If you're in AGNC, check it out.
Yeah, I've been watching it. It's going down.
The team, not the city.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Helicopter. What's up, buddy? Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you see the dip in Carvana? I'm sure you did. You had puts on those.
Yeah, I have puts on them.
And SAH AutoNation probably gonna follow. It's just a matter of time. I mean, they're reporting tomorrow, and they're still fighting against it. What's your opinion on that?
They both report Thursday. SAH and which is Sonic, and PAG, which is Penske, both have a chance of falling harder than AutoNation, but AutoNation will go with them like they did last time. They're not heavily traded stocks, or at least AutoNation isn't, because it's so highly institutionally owned. But I see it picking up. We had a good dip before, and I cashed out a little bit on it, so I still have some, and I'm waiting on both of them. But yeah, I still have all three of those.
Yeah, man. Cool. Looks good. The play looks good.
But SAH, the reason why I say that is they're heavily, I think roughly 30% of their dealerships are in California, which seems to have been hitting a little harder because they want to switch to the electric vehicles, and there aren't as many there, so the sales slow down a little faster. And Penske, because 40% of their business is done in the UK, they will have the slowdown in sales, but they're also having the foreign exchange hit a little bit extra, and they complained about that during the last earnings release about 3 months ago.
Yeah, I can see that. Are you looking at $35 for the SAH post earnings?
I still think by November 18th they hit that number. Now, if the elections flow in there, if CPI flows in there, if the Fed flows in there, those are all things. But I see them going to $35 at least before, by the beginning of, I want to say next year. So I do have some long dated puts for them as well, but I'm hoping they do it by the 18th because I got $45 and $40 puts for SAH.
And are you anticipating, because I think the 75 basis points are probably priced in. So if the whole market picks up post FOMC, would you still want to hold the SAH? You think it'll play against the market in case we have some bull run after FOMC?
Well, I was basically looking at the 5-year chart for all of them together. Some have added dealerships, some have sold dealerships, and some are selling some right now that I keep hearing about. But I just think Sonic SAH has more room to fall with their report than the rest of them do, based on how much they have not fallen yet.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I followed you on the play. I'm just asking if the overall market, not just the car industry, picks up, you still think that the SH would still drop regardless. Just even if S&P goes up post FOMC, you're willing to take the bet and hold it post.
Yeah, I'm not basing it. Well, let's put it this way. I'm not betting that the whole market will go up. It may run here till elections, but I don't see anything bright-eyed and bushy-tailed till then. So that's the gamble I'm playing. If the market does go up, we could take a hurt on it, but
Got it.
I don't see it happening that way. But everybody else can chime in about if it's priced in for the 50 cents or 75 cents. I still think we're only priced in for a 50-cent hike, but who knows?
Got it. I appreciate the info. I appreciate it, buddy. Thanks.
I am watching the Capital One and the Credit Acceptance, and now Discover Financial Services a little closer because I believe all three of them take a big hit this week.
Any big earnings today?
It's not big, but Discover Financial Services goes after hours.
The big earnings report I'm waiting for is GM tomorrow morning.
I mean, Discover is like a good measure of consumer spending.
Yeah, but it never has. I never see a lot of after hours or pre-market movement with them, but it could move a little with the earnings being, maybe shocker to people. But it'll move more tomorrow during the day, and I'm buying puts about 3 o'clock today.
What puts are you going to be? Look, what strikes?
I actually bought a little bit this morning just to grab some in case it went down, which it has. I bought $96 puts for $3.40. It's saying I'm up 11% right now, but that's not a lot of activity on it. Yeah. I see it dipping down. It's right now at 95. So I bought it when it was at like almost 96. So I bought it, deep in the money. Well, not deep, but I bought it way in the money, like $2 into the money, because I'm almost getting dollar to dollar, I believe. Even if overnight it resets a little, which I don't think it will till Wednesday. So I'm just planning on playing it one day. So at the end of the day, I will buy more because I'm just betting on that, one day shocker and sell it tomorrow, maybe about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Again, the only reason why I'm doing that way is because it hasn't fallen as much as Visa and MasterCard. And, they're all similar. So realistically, there's a little more room there, I believe, with bad earnings. And I don't see Visa and MasterCard really falling too far with them out of sympathy because I think they've already adjusted for what's happening.
What's your strike price for Capital One?
For Capital One, I have I bought $94 puts a few days ago. So I'm a little in the red on them. I bought them for around 16 cents, looks like. So yeah, I'm down about 15% on it, but I'm going to buy more Wednesday at close because they report Thursday, I believe, in the morning pre-market. So I'm going to buy more Wednesday to scale it in. If it's gone down below that, then I average up. If it's gone above that, then I average down. But I wanted to have some in place in case something crazy happens with the other credit cards that report and the other auto finance places that report.
I'm just glad you reminded me about Carvana because that's like, so I'll probably try to buy some Carvana puts after I sell my GM puts. Hopefully I can sell my GM puts for a profit.
Yeah, Carvana, I didn't think it would go much below 15, but I bought some and now it's down 7% today.
Yeah, you think it'll go down below 13?
Do you think Discover, after Laterday's answer, of course, do you think Discover is a good speculative play of how Capital One might play out?
I think a helicopter might have crashed.
On the Baba play, just a quick update. Looks like it's trying to hold a roof for 59, so be cautious about how you play that. I'm going to be patient personally, and I'm going to wait till it dips down below 58. I think there's room for that.
Tesla's back above 200 again.
Sorry, guys, a customer walked in.
All right. Yeah, so I guess my question was whether or not you think Carvana will dip below 13, because obviously they have earnings on the 3rd. And then I can't remember what the question on Discover was.
I was just asking about Discover, if it's a good indicator for how Capital One will do.
I think that Carvana is down to 5, probably by February to April next year. Terrible car company, and they bought Odessa Auto Auctions, overpaid by $800 million that they put onto their financial statement as goodwill in the asset column. And that means that the fair value was around 2.4 million, and they got or 2.4 billion, and they got a $3.2 billion loan for that. I don't see them making money with the auction. Auctions have slowed down. I don't see it picking up again until mid next year, and you actually have to sell cars at your auction to make money. They do have a better service areas now, but they have $1 million of that, or $1 billion of that loan was to fix up those 54 service areas. But you're looking long-term turnaround for them. The only way they get a boost is if it's some fluff. So I'm playing the. We should have got in at 18, and even Strovel and I were kicking ourselves for not. I got in at 15, and now it's down to 13 something. I see it by February, March next year being around 5 or 6.
Which company is that?
CVNA Carvana. They had some
Carvana.
bad press lately about bad stuff with title.
Carvana's got zero support after $14.25. So I agree. I think it's got a 33% short interest as of the end of September. I think it's going to go away I think it'll be under $5 by the spring.
And like I was saying before, I believe a lot of that loan they got, $3.2 billion, was based on the stock price when it was like at 100. So I think they're going to be in some financial distress coming up. I don't have any proof of that yet, but I'm definitely digging into it more and more. But I have roughly a couple grand inputs on them.
I'm just hoping I'm not gonna get killed by IV crush or theta burn on my GM puts like I did on my BBBY put.
A good way to avoid that is to not play puts during earnings.
Well, so I guess it took too long to get to my strike price on my Bed Bath & Beyond put, and so it got to the point where my strike price on my put was actually above what the trading price was, but it was still negative because of IV crush and theta burn.
Did someone say don't be a degenerate?
I would never suggest that.
I wonder when they're going to start having the fact that you're on the Wall Street Bets subreddit as being a condition that's eligible for the Special Olympics.
I can run a 60-yard dash in like 4 minutes.
It takes me an hour and a half to watch 60 minutes.
I'm still holding on to Baba puts. We will see who survives.
Anyone playing Snap?
Wishing I did.
I think I'm going to jump in.
Are you going to keep going on the downside, or are you going to think it might have a redemption phase?
Downside. It's going up right now, so the option chain price is cheaper.
Up 8%. That's freaking impressive. What are you looking at for contract wise?
I just jumped in. $7 puts, January 2023.
January 2023. Let's see if I can scroll down that far. It's $67 a contract there.
Yeah, I'm trying to fill it for 63.
You're going on the bid price.
Yeah, I am. I think the ask is actually like 66, so it's still like 1 cent cheaper than what you're looking at, but I'm trying to go for as low as I can.
Let's see. I just refreshed it, so I got to scroll back down. Oh, now it's showing the ask price is 69 and the bid price is 64.
Is that for 23 January, or what was that for?
Yeah.
Sorry,
January 20th, 2023.
69 is always a buy.
69 call or 69 put?
Put.
$7 call.
It's a $7 put on the strike.
How's everyone's weekend?
Too short.
Yeah, always too short.
I think 63 is attainable on that snap play, assuming that we're still talking about the $7 put for January 20th, 2023. Personally, I would try to get it for around 60 cents.
I jumped in on $8 puts probably 10 minutes ago, and I'm already up 5%.
Yeah, well, because I think it peaked and it's starting to come back down, which is why puts are starting to become more expensive again. Because I know when I was looking at it, I think it was trading above like 840, and now it's sliding back down to. It's look like it's going to that $8 mark pretty fast. So I think you'll hit that $8 mark no problem by the end of today. It might wind up closing down by the end of the day.
And the best part is I'm using the money that I made from my snap puts on Friday to buy some more snap puts.
My goodness, did you buy were you the one that said Snap paid off my car?
I didn't say it. I still don't know who said it, and I'd still like to give them credit. I don't know who said it, but I bought in on them, and I think it was 600%. I bought them Thursday, and they printed out 600% Friday.
Oh my goodness! Dang, I should have gone into that. I should have put money in my account just to buy puts for that. Dang.
I've got an order in for 60 cents.
I mean, it could have easily gone the other way, and then you'd be out money. I mean, it was just.
Oh, by all means, I have no faith in any of the social media companies right now. Like, you have Simple Vice and Loose Ventures keep talking about Meta being a value play. I'm just like, where's the value? It's like,
still holding on to Bubba.
Sad, you got yours filled at 60, or you just put it in?
No, I just have the order pending.
Okay.
It's going back up right now, so you might get it.
Yeah, 60 is definitely doable.
Natural gas hitting new lows since, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago.
dang, I could have lost less money because I sold some covered calls on some shares of Teleron, and it shot up above my strike price, so I had to buy it back at a loss. At this rate, if I had held on, waited a bit longer, I could have gotten it back and still made the profit off of the calls.
So what is Reddit? Is Reddit against us, Weeb? We're not allowed to join the pre-market anymore?
I guess. I don't know what I did. You know, I know I pissed people off on a regular basis, but gosh.
It was an unintended feature.
The same thing happened to me, so we're both special, I guess. Oh, you want a Droid?
Yeah, I got a Samsung.
Same.
Oh, so Reddit's racist against Asians, I guess.
Has to be.
Someone was asking earlier if Carvana could be an acquisition target. I don't know if this was discussed, but who would buy Carvana?
What about Tesla?
Elon Musk?
Why?
I was thinking that CarMax could buy them.
I mean, he's buying Twitter at twice its value, so obviously he does some pretty bad acquisitions.
Well, couldn't Carvana be set up shop as like an EV maintenance center, potentially?
Not at all.
No way.
They don't have that kind of footprint.
I was telling OK Helicopter that it would be a good acquisition for the cars they have, and then he was stating that they have so much inventory, and I said, well, why don't they just find someone to just piece the parts, since we're running an undersupply of parts in the first place.
So Carvana's gonna turn into a you pick it, you pull it.
No, they would already have the parts itself pulled out of all the machines. Okay, or cars, sorry. Vehicles.
Well, they are machines.
I mean, that honestly seems like it'd be a better idea for them to do than how they're buying and selling cars.
Thank you for your patience on Bubba. It's coming down a little bit.
Has anybody been a customer of Carvana?
My cousin just bought a car last week through there. It's an easy process.
Yeah.
But the car he bought, he paid, how much he paid for his car? It was 80,000 miles. It's a BMW. Paid like 50 stacks for this car, right? It's I forgot what kind of M. And basically they bought the car from whoever they bought and just gave it to him as is. Nothing's done to the car. The shocks are bad. The rotors were bad. It smelled. It was a smoker's car. Well, you know, he liked the car. That's the car he wanted. But you know, they're not refurbishing these cars. They're not making these cars go through a conditioning, or they're cutting back on a conditioning on cars. But I don't think this company's gonna last.
Yeah, the reason I asked is I sold them a Prius. I moved cross country from LA to North Carolina last year, and I sold my wife's Prius, which had like 100,000 miles on it. The battery is ready to go, and they paid me like $2,500 over book, and basically, you know, walked around the car, did a very quick cosmetic inspection. So I think their business model, as far as selling them a car, they way overpaid me for the car. So I think that's
they've
big red flag.
had multiple problems with buying crap cars and then just turning around and selling them. Like I read one, the guy was suing Carvana because he had bought a car from them, and I guess there were some issues with it, so he took it to like a service station or whatever, and they said, yeah, there's like all kinds of problems wrong with the frame in that. They said that this car's not roadworthy, and it also turned out that it had been reported stolen by Hertz, which Hertz had also had the problem of falsely reporting cars as stolen. But that was just all these other different problems with those companies, and I'm just like, I read that and said, okay, this company is complete garbage. I've hated them for the last 6 months and just haven't had the funds to short them.
Buy puts.
Anyone holding Baba, you can choose to let go of your position if you choose to. I'm still staying in mine. There's a little bit of uptick on the call side, but not enough to scare me. There are some orders in for the put side that have some large sale orders, but I would not. I'm not putting my money on it just yet.
I picked up some BABA calls at $80 calls for November at the low today, so I'm up about up. I bought them at 65 cents. They're up to 75 cents.
Yeah, I see a lot of 1 to 3,000 offers from the sell side for puts, and I see that little manipulation there. But I feel like there's still some down momentum for them. Like I said, I'm testing the 58 level. I'll wait for it to bounce back down there again, and we'll see where it holds. I'll let you know when I sell.
It appears Mullen released the new iGo commercial electric delivery vehicle. That's why they're pumping today.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Should see some downward momentum on BABA here shortly. Give it about 15 minutes.
Opinion is in the house. Good morning, sir.
Just trying to get a sense of how we do things in here.
The wrong way.
Take more Valium.
I've listened to quite a few of these actually. I really like the quiet music in the background. I think it helps alleviate dead air. We should probably do that on the pre-market talk.
More cowbell, baby.
I think the last time I can do it on my profile is on Wednesday, so we'll see how many people we can get for the final talk.
That's just a darn shame that they're getting rid of it.
Are you going to start another subreddit, Hardy, or jump on someone else's?
I'll either do Confused Money or, with Opinion's blessing, just rehost on Wall Street Bets.
Roger that.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get Hardy back on Wall Street Bets. Rehost. As in, like, restream somehow?
No, as in, like, be able to start talks on Wall Street Bets.
Oh, yeah. I thought there was I was wondering if there's a way to, through the magic of virtual microphones, connect audio from one platform to another.
So you mean have the Wall Street Bets audio replay onto Twitch, onto Owncast, onto YouTube, etc.?
Not those, because I know those you can probably use. They have some built-in stuff, or not built-in, but through OBS. But something like a Twitch Spaces or Discord Stages. So platforms that are intentionally kind of closed.
Well, Discord Stages are useful for like a webinar or announcement type platform. I don't know if they'd be useful for well, maybe. It's definitely a step up from the Wall Street Bets Discord. The bigger problem, I think, between what I'm doing here and the morning talks on Wall Street Bets is if we were to let all the people who request to speak a chance to speak, we're going to have a higher incidence of those looking to bomb the chat or shill their own stuff. So because that audience is almost 10 times larger than this one, there needs to be some form of moderation. At least the crew here, for the most part, understand my trading thesis and occasionally ask questions to improve their understanding.
Yeah, and quite routinely bring their own.
Well, we're getting there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is. It'd be great if we could have some more moderation-free spaces, but I don't think that's quite realistic. I think if Reddit was to equip us with better technology, then maybe.
Yeah, but Reddit's probably going to go heavier on moderation as they get closer to this, IPO that we've been waiting on for over a year.
Well, I'd say they've already gone quite heavy-handed with the moderation. I would say almost as heavy as they can get.
Sad Molasses still lives.
Have you guys all been here since the big Wall Street bets news, AMC GameStop?
What happened?
Joined right around that time.
You guys still have a cult following of people who know nothing about you. Every time a junk stock is way down in the gutter, they always say on Stock Twits and other places like that, we should get the Wall Street Bets gang interested in this.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
Well, apparently, like, there was an uptick in people getting on the sub after Netflix did a documentary on the sub.
That is correct.
And that's how I would spend 20 minutes at any given moment removing, hey, I'm new to trading, how does this work post.
Yeah, those get old pretty quickly.
I didn't join Wall Street Bets. I didn't know until GME was squeezing, and I registered on the 27th, and I bought in at $76.
It was.
Where'd you sell?
I sold between, I think, 125, and I was like, "What the fuck just happened?" You know. And then after that, it was like, I was in and out like a black hole. And then, I'm here now.
So, got some breaking news here on Meta. A shareholder wrote a critical letter to the company requesting 20% headcount reduction, reduce capex by $5 billion, and limit metaverse investments to $5 billion per year.
Which investor?
Altimeter, Brad, yeah. Gertzner?
Okay, so relative nothing burger. They're not like big enough to be an activist.
Yeah, it's not a whale.
Meta's up 1% today.
According to Newsweek.com, China is quietly abandoning their goal to take over the U.S. economy.
No, they're not. It's in Newsweek.
I had a chuckle.
B of A downgraded Meta from $196 target to $150 and changed from buy to neutral.
But they moved their price target to 150. So
Correct.
They're still expecting it to go up then.
Yeah, a little bit. It's at 131.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're still expecting like what, a 20% jump. I mean, if I could get a 20%, return, I'd go for it in a heartbeat. But I still think it's going the wrong direction.
Yeah, but I think it's more important when they go from buy to neutral. So they're telling their clients, if you own it, just don't get any more of it, or if you don't own it, don't buy it. They're neutral on it. So I think that's more important than the price target.
Right now they're telling them to hold on, but don't do anything stupid. I mean,
right.
I'm still kind of bearish on the whole thing, because ever since you had the thing where Apple's like, oh, now we're going to keep it from where they can steal our users' information off of their phones, and they've been having negative growth in terms of their user base. They're kind of turning into this one-trick pony that's running out of tricks.
I have some puts on GM for tomorrow, and I was just wondering if anyone was going to buy anything in the last hour of trade today, or what your thoughts are on that. And expectation of GM having some pretty poor earnings.
Yeah, on the
I'm just
pre-market, there was some bearish GM action. I think No Weeb is also playing GM puts.
Get
Soldier, you're breaking up on us. Think you're gonna have to do a comms check.
puts on iPhone. Puts on iPhone.
Oh, heard you
I
loud
think
and
it's the
clear that one.
Bluetooth headset you're using.
I've also been having a lot of issues with my earpods. I don't like them. They're pretty shit.
Get yourself a pair of Bose NC700s. You'll be fine.
Those are nice. I also like the Power Beat Pros.
Wait, what? Which ones? Which ones did you say?
Bose NC700 or QC35-2. And also wait till Black Friday if you can. I've been on the market for a replacement robot vacuum to take over my existing one. And to be fair, my current robot vacuum has traveled like on the order of 3,000 miles going back in the apartment. So, time to retire it. Because there's dust in places that should not be getting dust. And I can't get it out.
My buddy tried to assassinate his at 3 o'clock in the morning with his 9mm.
Did it work?
And he didn't release fire.
Does anyone know if there's going to be
Hard.
a pre-Black Friday sale, Amazon's special?
There probably will be like, instead of a Black Friday, they'll call it Black November or something like that. Some silly naming to justify having sales, and I use the term very loosely, all throughout November.
Who are we talking about?
Retailers.
Well, because I know Walmart is in November. We'll start our kind of Black Friday events where each week there'll be different deals on different products. The dumbest one for me is like when they do sales on like apparel. So like you'll see underwear dirt cheap.
Well, some people don't have good underwear.
You
Is it
think it's
Hanes?
worse than Walmart?
I guess
Hanes
so.
is not that point. Hanes.
I mean-
But I don't buy underwear. I buy boxers. Preferably.
The Jew.
Underwear.
Yeah, but I guess some people go through it faster than others. Anyway, Naju, the meta play was to buy 30 Delta calls for October 28 at 3 p.m.-ish on the 26th.
Hey Hardy, I got a solution to that dust issue. A couple toothpicks, maybe a toothbrush, and some high pressure air.
Yeah, so I've done that, but keep in mind, I have no erection, and because of no erection, the floors get a little bit more wet or sticky than normal. So if I use any more water than I already do, I risk frying the electronics. Or shorting
What does erection mean for us
So-
that don't understand it?
So I am hardyrekshin. I am married to Anita Rekshin, and Noah Rekshin is our son.
What happens if you have a daughter, Hardy?
We'll find out then. I have a couple names lined up. I haven't figured out like a worthwhile Rekshin name to use for it.
I went to school with a guy. His name was Freddie Dick, and he decided that if he had a son, he would name it Harry, and if he had a daughter, it would be Anita or Licka.
How about, I got one. How about Neva erection? Neva.
Sure, but first I would need a daughter.
Lucy erection.
Nice.
Is there a neutral name that you could use for that?
I don't know.
Adam.
I just thought of like Sophie erection, or like soft erection.
Nani, like Noni, non-erection.
There we go. That's the winner. That's the winner.
I like Moi erection.
We used to play jokes on the internet department and send fake leads in. My favorite one was Mr. Torres. His first name was Clee.
So I went to a Jeff Dunham performance. He was doing one of those things that you could write questions in, and someone had submitted a question under the name Hugh Jorgen.
Someone needs to call into Mad Money. We'll call. Tell them their name is Jenna, last name Talia.
But see, your one works. Your one works.
That's gonna be one for T Prince or Stroville.
Hardy, your one works when you read it because it's like it takes everyone a while to realize what it actually says, but when you say it out loud, it's more like then you get it straight away. It's quite funny.
There are still people on the Wall Street Bets talks who only just discovered what my name actually says, and I always
literally
respond
don't know
whenever
what it says.
when they announce that they've discovered it. I put like the eggplant emoji as a response.
So if you don't know what it says, just say it out loud several times.
Read it really fast
and shout it to your family members.
Hardyrekshin. Hardyrekshin. I mean, sounds like you're just a small dude that kicks people in the shin.
See, I thought it was like a Japanese last name, like Rekshin or something like that. So I was like, I don't want to make the comparison to hard erection. Might be disrespectful to the culture.
Well, the Y would not be pronounced, and the R definitely would not be pronounced either. So
it's a silent
Y. How would it be said?
Hadi action, because they cannot pronounce the R's over here.
That's racist.
No, daimyo does have a Y sound in it. That's a Japanese term.
So.
Yo, Hardy, fluent Japanese then, or do you just kind of get by?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I just get by. No. I just get by.
Okay.
Yeah, I know enough to get me in trouble, but I don't try to involve myself on that level. You have too many chores after that.
Are they very accommodating to English speaking people there?
Well, that depends what city you're in, but if you're in Tokyo, yes, but in different cities, not quite.
Yo, Hardy, it's about that time.
Time for bong rip?
I don't think Master is here.
What is it time for?
It's about time to load up.
Just for the record, if you speak Japanese, you can get a lot further. So learning the basic phrases, as I do now, helps. But trying to bring the American culture here, yeah, I stopped doing that a long time ago. They don't budge over here.
Because I heard there was like a stigma against like foreigners in Japan. Is that true?
After we gave them all that radiation, they're upset.
You don't say.
Yeah, some people just don't let things go.
I mean, it wasn't all foreigners that did that. It was just the Americans.
Well, let's just say they just can't think more clearer now because of that.
What is
Probably best just
the
to say you're Canadian.
derogatory word that they use towards white foreigners? Is it Gaijin or Guaylo?
Oh, Americachi for Americans specifically.
Yeah, I think that it depends where you go, but up north, obviously, there's a lot of military here, and they don't like the fact that the government is spending money on American military. It's a very divided country within some respects, but yeah. I'm just living here. I don't. I'm not pro any side. I just think they will survive the way they survive and always have.
Japanese are very hard in culture.
Looks like the British Prime Minister. They have a new Prime Minister now.
Is it what's his name?
Richie Sunak.
Sunak.
Oh.
Okay, so that's how you
It
say
was
it.
going to be Boris, but he left. It would have been hilarious if it was Boris again. I would have laughed. That would have been hilarious.
That would have been like the ultimate like, oh, you missed me, didn't you? I was kind of surprised that he pulled out.
So
Like,
is this
no.
a
He
head
was
of lettuce
forced-
name
He
or?
was forced to pull out because think about the country is kind of already a joke as it is with what's happened in it. Imagine if he became prime minister again after, all the COVID shit, like him just partying with his
Yeah,
friends.
that whole
and,
scandal. That would have. I definitely would have laughed at that.
The country would have just been an international joke if that happened. So they couldn't allow that.
Yeah, but that's happening in America, right? Where Gavin Newsom stayed in California in power, and now he's going to be a candidate probably for the presidential election in 2 years. And he did the same. He did the same shit Boris Johnson did, right? He partied during COVID and blew it out.
But it would be similar to Trump coming back as the president. Again,
yeah.
After what happened with him. Like,
Yeah,
my
but
God.
You
That
do
would just
realize
be
he actually currently, at least on the Republican side, there's a ton of support for Trump still, unfortunately. But
If you live in America, I think you can probably see that.
I think if he will try to become a liberal or some other party just for the sake of not aligning himself with the Republicans, because the Republicans have a strong stance on the abortion issue, and so there's a lot of division on that. And he's trying to unite.
He is the strong stance on that issue.
Yeah, but Sunak is his own, well, not big scandals, but some sketchy stuff going on with his wife and his billionaire family in India and shit.
Yep.
find a American politician who doesn't have some sort of scandal.
Richard Nixon.
Oh dear.
Tricky Dick.
Bernie?
Obama, his suit was also a pretty big scandal.
I mean, Bernie would be good, but he was arrested for protesting. But that's about it.
He also is this avowed socialist, but drives around in a friggin' $100,000 plus sports car.
And owns 4 houses.
I think that the next president will be a woman in America. That is my prediction. And I'm not saying Hillary by any means. I just think that would be a good position for us to be in for at least 3 months, just like the UK.
Stormy Daniels.
What are the chances that the next president will also be over 70 years old?
I think there's a 7% chance.
Literally
100.
Like, I'm not sure how a younger person, let's say sub 45, would be able to achieve the level of clout necessary in order to become president.
But that's what we need. That's what the US needs, a young. They don't need these old people running the country. Like,
not.
No, but 55 would already be way better. To have some experience.
I think they should put someone that's 35 and just totally degenerate or maybe even go down to 30.
I think that would be good. Like, I think the cutoff should be 60. I don't think you should be.
What
No,
is
no,
it? I thought the entry
young,
age was
like
40
older.
or something like that. I don't remember.
30
What's
years
the
old to be president, but more importantly, instead of
35 for
using
president, 30 for senator?
in how do I put this? In terms of being any sort of government leadership position, I don't think putting an age-based cutoff is appropriate because there will always be those who are an exception to it. Think of it more like a skills-based test, sort of the same way you get your driver's license.
So wait,
So
you
we,
think an 80-year-old would be good, like a good candidate?
if that
for president?
80-year-old is as whip smart as me, why not?
Because they just, I don't know, they lived in a different generation.
Nice
And
flex.
they just,
They got to score
they're gonna
260
not
at
really be
least.
able to relate to the
Then
new generation that well.
And I would argue having a diverse mix of age is actually useful because the missteps and warnings of the past can be brought into the present.
But with age, don't you naturally just like slow down? You like at 80 years old, like you're naturally gonna slow down. You're gonna have issues. You know, it's just something their brain just isn't as sharp as
Which is why a
younger
skills-based
person.
test should be applied instead of outright discriminating on their age.
No, that's true. That would be.
See, the problem is if you put an age limit on, you know, who can serve in office, a lot of the people who are currently in American politics would not be eligible because I think the vast majority of members of Congress are like above 70, some of them 80 years old. You had
Good. They all need to go anyway.
representative. He was the longest serving representative in like American history. He was 88 running for re-election and then he keeled over.
See, and that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah,
There's
that shouldn't
senators
even
at
be all.
90 of age but running again. You know,
that would be a good overhaul of the,
Yeah,
of
they
the
need to
American
get.
politics.
I think
Don't we realize that the president really isn't doing anything as far as controlling the decisions that are being? I mean, if this isn't showing us, if Biden's presidency isn't showing us that you don't have to be competent, literate, or even functioning, and you're still got a government that's going to be the superpower of the world. I mean, come on.
We're not blaming it all on Biden. That's what I'm saying. We need all of them old motherfuckers to get out of there because it's not just Biden. It's all of them combined that create this issue. Like 70-year-olds shouldn't have a driver's license. They damn sure shouldn't be delegating anything to an entire country.
Yeah, but my point is that the age, none of this matters, right? In Congress, you have our hopes is to now get a Republican split Congress so we can just not function and just do nothing, because that's what we want. In the markets, we want nothing to be going on. So who gives a shit what their age is? We just want this standstill.
Wait, you think the markets are reacting negatively to current legislation passed?
I think the market always reacts to what's going on with our politics, and if our politics is one-sided, I don't think it's good for the markets.
Right, and you think that it's been reacting negatively towards like the giant stimulus in like energy?
Of course, in the monetary policy, which had our interest rates down to zero, of course, yeah, that's what the market.
Interest rates were basically down to zero since the last administration.
It just didn't matter who was in office. This was going to blow up regardless. If Trump won, if Trump didn't win, if Biden wins, none of this shit matters, right? And my point is, you got a leader who's incompetent, who doesn't know he doesn't know how to get off a freaking stage. That doesn't matter. There's other stuff running the country. The country runs itself.
That's your opinion, sir.
Yeah.
I agree that we should bring it down just a little bit, guys. I feel like I have headphones in.
Well,
I'm going to go deaf.
That's incompetent. I'm just wondering.
So the thing is,
you're talking about having.
If you have someone who's incompetent, and you say they're just not going to do anything, but sometimes you need to do things to change. You need to do things. You know what I mean? You can't just do nothing. Otherwise, nothing would happen. Literally nothing.
Just wondering what you're talking about. Shit that Biden has done is. I'm actually very curious.
In fact, doing nothing and being incompetent can actually make negative things happen. So I don't think that's what anyone wants.
Wait, doing nothing and being incompetent? that means less worse things are happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Let's look at Biden. What he did. He is like Afghan withdrawal. I mean, he did enough stuff to say to the world, "Hey, we're not gonna fucking mess around in wars. We're gonna let shit happen." And then Russia goes into Ukraine, and then China's threatening Taiwan. All this other crap is going to happen. But the point is, we want nothing to happen. We just want it. We just want shit to just happen. Just let the markets run and just let stuff settle out. And who's in charge? It's irrelevant to me.
I think that seeing it from overseas is quite beautiful because I don't have to hear yelling all day. But I would argue the fact that at the end of the day, what really comes down to is the Senate, and that's really who's pulling the strings. Or else you wouldn't have governors everywhere speaking on the news. You would have the president speaking left and right.
but you're talking about, wanting deadlock. How's that gonna, how's the market gonna react when you can't get legislation passed, and that includes budgets, and we go into government shutdowns multiple times?
It's not
I'm
good,
not
I'll tell
suggesting
you that.
deadlock, by the way. I'm not suggesting deadlock by any means.
What are you suggesting then?
I never suggested anything. I just stated that looking at it from afar.
I don't
is
think you were
very
the one that specifically made that comment. I think it was someone else that had said that, and so I've been waiting the last 5 minutes to make that, comment.
SATA got
Yeah.
filled in at 63 cents, FYI.
Thank you.
But yeah, governments are pointless. We should just self-govern and live in anarchy.
So
That would be better.
there's an interesting concept behind that, Bumbla, talking about the network of islands in the crypto space. So the idea being, those of you who believe in, I don't know, farming type lifestyle should join farming DAOs so that they can collectively bargain for fertilizer or to sell their harvests. The same could be said for, what's another commodity service? No, it's location based.
Beans.
It's also farming, but the idea being borders become skills based instead of geographic.
Semiconductors.
Yeah, but the facilities are fixed. The concept is very high level, admittedly, but there have certainly been ways of exploring that level of governance.
Agriculture. Such as farming. The animals itself, without any plant-based.
Do you understand my point?
I do. Amen. Speaking of amen, what do you guys think about the singularity movement?
Can you refresh what that is?
What aspect of the singularity movement where computers become superior to people?
More of a joint venture.
Are you suggesting becoming a cyborg?
I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I wouldn't be for it either. It's more of a fantasy more than a reality. If you bought into an island, how do you get out of it?
It's interesting you say that, because there's a guy who tragically lost an eye and managed to replace it with a flashlight, like in the eye socket. I don't fully understand how he did it, but apparently 20 hours battery life, and then you can just be this guy walking around with a literal flashlight in your eyeball, where your eyeball once was. So we're not too far off from being cyborgs. Personally, I wouldn't mind being able to add like enhanced memory so I could achieve limitless type effects without having to take those pills.
I would not disagree to that fact, but I also think there's too much imagination for the great human brain that we have, such as the guy that fell in love with this car and did things. But then again, I think it's kind of interesting. People just want to be on TV.
If I could replace parts of my body with robotic parts that would function as well and have the same feeling, I would do it.
What about the longevity of the parts and the price you paid for it? For example, Japan had a steel issue back in 2020, I believe it was, and a lot of boats got recalled. So imagine that your robotic arm, you try to save a couple of dollars and ended up getting bad materials. I mean, how do you even return that kind of thing?
That's why you only do it if you have enough money to maintain and have it properly functioning.
Or you create a standard of interchangeable parts so that a widget company robotic arm could be just as useful as a full company robotic arm in the same socket.
Could the arms be interchanged where we could like try each other's arms?
That would be the idea. So the closest comparison would probably be computer peripherals, right? Certain classes of motherboards can be combined with certain classes of CPU, which in turn can be combined with certain classes of RAM and hard disk and graphics cards.
So hypothetically, could I create a Carvana type of business model, or would I have to go down the Hertz, or not the Hertz level? What's that mobile app where you can like rent out your
You
car?
could probably, just as Turo, you could probably go sort of like a, what's the term, sharing economy type model. So let's say I need an arm for welding. You know, instead of a hand, there's a torch. I can swap
Give me a
out my,
hand.com. Handjobs.com.
or I need an appendage that allows me to swim faster. So an arm that focuses on wide paddle webbed-like appendages to work
And
underwater.
would we have a robot ender movement?
I'm sure there'll be the meat bags who want to stay pure.
Handprints.com.
You know, this
Anyway.
is oddly reminding me of the Bill Burr comedy special I was watching when he was talking about blow-up dolls and how you now have the robots that, you know, they can talk to you, and eventually people are going to go for those instead of actual people because they'll actually laugh at their jokes.
Well, every audience gets boring eventually.
You know, Human Genome, I'm happy to invite you up to speak, but you have to actually accept the invitation.
Sorry about that. Got
So
it.
I was just going to say real quick, do you think that this ideology is far out there within the next 5 years, or do you think it's just around the corner?
I think more like 50 years for robotic arms and stuff like that. I think 50 years.
Really?
So what would make the market adopt to such?
I mean, to get to a stage where you can literally plug in an arm and it just, you know, you can use it as a normal arm. Yeah, I don't think we're anywhere near close to that.
You should look at the 3D printed prosthetic community. They're getting to the point where you can get a scan of your stump and then have an arm, what's it called? Have an arm modeled from that stump to do different functions. So like there's a guy who...
Right? You can't feel any, like if someone touched your arm, they wouldn't, you can't feel it. It doesn't have like receptors.
I see. So full bionic integration. Yeah, no, we're not there yet.
Going for a run, guys. I'll check in later.
Yeah.
Isn't that part of the Neuralink though? Is to connect?
You can just take a run at 11:30 on a Monday, Sad. What a boss life.
In South Carolina, no less. Swamp ass for days.
You gotta make that lunch break count, you know.
Yes, sir.
I definitely can't run outside. It's too hot.
I like to do all that stuff, but then I start thinking about how much work I have to do, and my anxiety starts freaking out, and I'm like, oh, I gotta go, probably gotta go do work.
I just use my Peloton.
Are you riding with other people?
I feel like that was a sponsorship.
I don't use Peloton. It's the fucking worst bike ever.
I heard it's stable.
It's just overpriced for no reason.
Just get yourself a
Peloton's gonna
tonal.
ride off into the sunset, and then whoever's riding is gonna have a heart attack and die, and they're gonna be a fictional character, and Peloton's still gonna panic.
You're talking about Sex and the City, the new series?
I know they had two different shows where they had like fictional characters. One like died, and then one had a heart attack on a Peloton bike. And Peloton actually went out of their way to make a statement of, "We were not consulted. We did not give our consent to our products being used in this manner. They're perfectly safe." And I'm like, oh, okay, that's when you should be worried about other companies when like they're freaking out over fictional characters dying on their bikes.
I'm gonna
How
write
many
that down
Beckys
in my
believe
journal.
that? You know what I'm saying, Latter Day? Like, of all the Beckys who would otherwise have bought a Peloton, how many would believe the show's representation of Pelotons being unsafe?
I mean, I don't even know if they were specifically showing them as like unsafe. It was like they're literally having medical episodes on equipment. It could have been a Peloton. It could have been an actual bike.
But
Could have been Bowflex for all I care.
I think I made my point.
If Peloton had a half-decent PR team, they would have made a meme out of that and just owned it. Would have been epic.
How much value have they lost so far from their peak?
If we're talking the trans-pandemic peak, they were 44 billion. Now they're 2. So they lost like 95% of their market cap.
They've had a sharp decline since October of last year. So I'm looking at the chart, and it looks like sometime after the 25th, it just dumped, and then it's been on a steady decline. Which, if you're on a bike, that's actually not too bad. You like downhill, but if you're actually shareholder of Peloton, you're not enjoying it at all.
I saw what you did there, but from a comedy standpoint, it would have been great on decline.
I don't know anyone who actually
Hardy,
uses a
check your
Peloton.
messages out when you have a moment.
All right. Thanks for letting me know.
Don't fucking embarrass me, dude.
You want me to explain why here? Or should you want me to
No.
explain why to you privately?
Privately.
Okay.
No, explain it. Tell us.
Yeah, explain it for us. It's good for education purposes.
I don't have the answer yet. Still looking up.
Come on,
Look
Notes.
up
Ask your question to all of us. We want to hear.
Yeah, we want
Secrets
to be
don't make
part of the
friends.
question.
I don't really care. Why is the BBBY IV still so high for January 23? It's over like 200% still. But I'm still gonna load up because there's gonna be a huge gamma ramp up and a pump and dump in January again, and I'm gonna try to make a few grand off of it again.
Would that be a result of people thinking that because Ryan Cohen bought the January, he was trying to secretly say something is going to happen by then?
Maybe, but my only
I
thing
thought he
is
sold
that,
his
like,
January position.
Yeah, he sold all of his stuff.
I don't even
He
know
did,
anything
but I
about
was
that. But
reading
my
this
thing
morning.
is that look at the option calls, just the open interest and the amount of different strike prices, all the way from $7 to $80. There's just a beautiful amount, and not a lot of stocks currently have a lot of call options in January. But tech industries are huge, so it looks like we're gonna have a pump and dump in January. A
Notes,
spike.
can you please see the screenshot I sent you as a reply?
Biggie Smalls
Implied
user
volatility.
did a big DP.
So someone's buying a lot of options still?
Yeah, Biggie Smalls DD. Read it on BBBY.
So, Notes. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think the price will reach if it does have a run up? What's your thesis?
Probably in like Minecraft, like $1 million, probably. I have no idea, but I think it's just gonna go through one of those crazy. Look at its last 5 years, last max. It loves testing its resistant levels, $4, $3. It might even go down to $3.50, but it's gonna spike back up. But
What's
I
your
don't know,
exit
maybe.
strategy? What's your exit? What price are you going to sell your options at?
Oh, I'm gonna sell them probably at like $12, $13.
Just stop.
So if that's the case, I'll just spend, $40 on, Bed Bath & Beyond stock, and if it does double up, I'll say, hey, because it's headed down to $40 or $4 a share real fast. It's already down 30 cents today. I just went ahead and bought a $4 put that expires at the end of the week.
People are backdoing those calls from earlier this year. That's why those exist.
You're right. They are. I'm not jumping in again yet. I'm waiting to see. I think they have something going on with their bonds. I think it might test $3.50 again, and I don't know. Things might get crazy down there.
Well, if you're feeling spicy, you could probably sell some puts against Bed Bath & Beyond. Or if your intent is to buy shares anyway, might as well do a buy right now. Buy 100 shares at $4.36 and then sell the October 28th $3 calls for like $1.50. So your 436. What is it? So your effective buy price is 286, assuming the calls don't get exercised against you. And if they do, that's okay. Re-up and repeat.
On a more serious note, what's going on with GME? I thought Mini MOS was supposed to be happening soon.
So did I. So did many other apes. And at this point, I'm glad that my money management rules are protecting me from the downside.
Well,
what do you
GME's
think
T69 is
like
still in
going moving forward? Do you think it's just going to stay here for a while, or do you see
No
any
idea.
you have no idea, Dan?
I think we might
Absolutely
see.
not. Like a lot of the theories that are being thrown out have been debunked very quickly. So I genuinely don't have any worthwhile catalyst. The next major catalyst would be T69 coming out like December 19, which is the one following the October 10, or earnings, which I think is December 14.
I thought T69 calendar days would be in January.
Depends on where you're counting from.
From the 10th of October.
So I have here October 10 plus 69 is December 19.
Oh yeah.
I purchased some calls. I purchased some calls today. $25 strike for. Let me see what I looked at today. Expiration 11/18. $25 strike. I'm thinking, hopefully by election day something happens and it's a little pop.
Cost to borrow rate is just too low for GME right now. So I'm hoping that it starts ramping up towards year end.
So you're saying that the short interest is really cheap on GME?
I think the short interest is high. But like I've always just really looked at cost to borrow rate, because if you've looked at it, every time it's ramped up, especially with IBKR, once it goes past like 10-15%, then the GME just starts like skyrocketing. And so it's important to note that, because I think there's like a really like a direct correlation, because the last ramp up, I think it was really high for the cost to borrow rate. So if it's low right now, like I don't anticipate it being like moving upwards significantly. Like I feel like that's the primary factor that's missing. Like you have to look at that. I don't know how you'd be able to guess though whether or not it's gonna move up.
You don't know, and sometimes you get in before the spike.
Yeah, I mean you're assuming that it's cyclical, right? Like that's the whole thesis, is it's always cyclical. So you just don't know what cycle you're in.
Hence my buy today.
Well, I mean, it's a fairly reasonable low, as long as it doesn't go lower.
Agreed. It's gone a lot lower, but it just hasn't really moved.
Short-term support is at $24.07, and it held that today at $24.11 for the low.
You could probably sell November 11 $24 puts for like $2.10. So at least you make what's that, 8% on your collateral in 2 weeks.
I just think there's too much pressure by election day that something's gonna get.
How would election day affect GameStop?
Power, Senate power.
Senate power to the players.
Yeah, I miss
No,
it.
I just think with the election, control of the House, control of money, control of power. That I'm looking for a little run.
Interesting thesis.
So unless there's like a major, something that happens, like, I don't know, GameStop is being or acquiring BBBY or whatever, something crazy happens, then looks like it's just going to be chilling for a while.
I don't know. I feel like Cohen's tweet with Icon was pretty significant. He's pretty cryptic, but his tweets happen to be like foreshadowing another major event. It's just really weird how he does his messaging. So there might be something coming up that we just don't know. And given the fact that he was in like a business outfit for a meeting like that, there must have been something there. And the fact that I can short squeeze the fuck out of Herbalife makes me pretty bullish.
What do you think Icon could do, though? What could he actually do? What are the like options that he has to do with
buy into GME?
Well, I mean, hasn't the big conspiracy theorist thesis been that Cohen intentionally dumped all of his Bed Bath Beyond stuff so that it can be acquired by GameStop?
I think that's the thesis that people circulated. I don't know if that speculation is actually valid. I mean, he can buy whatever shares he wants. Just has to like disclose it. I don't know what his motive behind that is.
I would like to
It'd
say,
be
Hardy,
interesting.
appreciate
Freaking
the heads up
January.
on the. Or go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think it'd be interesting to, like, come January, you get this announcement that GameStop's acquiring Bed Bath Beyond for,
$200 million.
maybe, yes. If you get, like, I don't know, like $6 a share or something like that.
No, $2 a share. Fuck it.
I don't really know. It seems to go against kind of what he's trying to do with GameStop, and a lot of the capital in GameStop is all focused on like the the NFTs and like metaverse, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but he's got to have a marketplace for them NFTals.
That's the next crypto bull run. Will be good for GameStop then, I suppose.
I don't think him buying BBY it's even remote in this universe. He has much bigger issues in life than
I doubt
purchasing someone else.
Isn't Carl Icahn literally calling the bear market of just a premature, calling a premature bear market, and literally just going to buy up everything like everybody else does, and play the Ackerman card?
Yeah, that's what
But
all
I
like,
guess-
the BBBY guys are like supporting right now. Is supposedly this bond restructuring for BBBY. Something about he's been buying up bonds or something, and he's gonna sell them back to Bed Bath and Beyond for something. It was some interesting theories, but like it's all speculation.
So here's an interesting one. ICANN and China have the same letters. And Ryan Cohen back in June tweeted, "China is a sleeping giant. Let her sleep. For when she wakes, she will move the world."
So, ICANN is 86 years old. How do we know he's still calling the shots? versus his son, for example,
Hmm.
who may have been the one who took the picture.
Ah,
Because they definitely weren't using a selfie stick.
first take a selfie.
Can someone look at the sliding glass door to see if there's some reflection?
There's a reflection, but not back toward the camera person.
But it is 100% the Miami mansion. Like it is that. Well, because I just know it is that. And the person, the other thing is, why was there a computer chair just in the background? That was a bit odd. It was just out of place.
Yeah.
Have you
If somebody
sat
can
in
send that
that patio
information over
furniture?
to 4chan, they'll find out who's in the reflection by this afternoon.
Bambla, have you ever tried sitting in those patio chairs for any meaningful amount of time?
Yeah.
I don't find them comfortable, and I'm not nearly as old as I can, so I can only imagine how much more uncomfortable he is.
And as I
very
recall,
true.
they bruise easily the older you get.
But why was it like such a obvious computer chair? It just seemed out of place to me.
Maybe he's not saying BBBY, but Best Buy.
Or maybe he's saying computer share. ERS.
So wait, when we get old and retire as a billionaire, we don't get to get comfortable chairs? What's the point? Yes, why work out now? Forget Peloton. You don't even get a comfortable chair. Jeez.
I think a lot of great theories here. I appreciate it.
I feel like having a very nice Persian rug that holds the room together is more important than a comfortable chair. You ever just lay on the floor?
Yes, very
Nice.
therapeutic.
And he seems to have a thing with chairs as well.
He's a chair man.
Because he's been posting a lot of things about chairs.
He also posts a lot of like poop stuff, so if that means anything.
Yeah.
The guy's into fertilizer.
Bye bye baby, right? You grow old and you become a baby, you go back into diapers, and it's kind of the whole full circle.
I honestly think Bye Bye Baby can redeem themselves. They're just not doing it. They need to get like Gen Z marketing or something.
The problem is Gen Z only buys sheets and other like sundry items in the between Q4 and Q1, and between Q2 and Q3, roughly when a semester starts.
But the US doesn't have very good like baby clothing stores. I don't know, like they just don't have somewhere where it's like all everywhere where there's just like babies. Like I don't know if you guys used to have Babies R Us, but that was a good one. And
Like that was an American company. Of course, we used to have Babies R Us.
And yeah, but I don't know if you did or not.
Gap
But
is
that kind of thing
player
would be good. That would be like we do have places like that in the UK. Like I think we have somewhere called Mother Care, and it's like it's really popular.
I mean, clothing stores for babies is like you normally go through Carter's because it's so cheap. It's like cheaply made, cheaper price. And then once you
They're only
get
going
to
to wear
like,
it for a few months anyway.
yeah, and then after that, most people tend to migrate towards Cat and Jack, which is a Target brand. So I just think that like they don't have that power. Like you're just kind of stuck in like the baby world, which is great for first time, like parents. But after you go past that stage, there's really no need to come back.
Do they still own that market share, or is that kind of was before kind of market share that they owned?
Diaper.com used to be like a major online retailer for baby stuff.
Till Amazon.
And until Amazon drove them out of business.
But having a place that you can go to and like, try it, like the buggies and stuff. If you want to try them out, you can't really do that. You know, and having a place where you could go and take your kid, they could look at some toys, you know,
But it's
entertaining.
gone to the point where people are willing to forego that for the savings for the lower prices.
I don't know. I think people would want to go return to the stores to actually, you know, go with their kids. You know, they could have some entertainment there. You know, kids can actually pick out a toy. It's you know, it's more.
Or you
I don't know,
shop
it's more about
online
an
and you
occasion.
don't have to worry about kids screaming the entire time while you're in the store that they want toys when you're trying to get like a stroller
Yeah, but
or
if you're a
diapers.
parent, it could be, you know, something to do with your kid rather than just going online. I don't know. As a
No.
parent, I would love to do that. That would be a good thing.
So, Bumbla, I need erection hates this, but I just give no erection like everyday items, like sealed plastic containers, or like an empty soda bottle, and he'll just explore that and spend so much time like doing whatever he does with it. So, I hesitate on buying that much more toys for no erection, especially since he'll likely outgrow them in a couple months anyway.
You can never go wrong with Legos. I still love Legos.
Oh, I love them
kids
too.
eat
But
Legos.
yeah, he's not yet.
Aren't they a choking hazard?
Yes, if you don't know not to put it in your mouth. So I would imagine like 3 years old is the floor when I start introducing no erection to like the standard Lego system blocks, and maybe 5 years old is when I start introducing them to Lego Technic.
You can do the mega blocks beforehand. That's what I've done with my little one. The really
Yeah,
big.
but
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
hard.
that's
It's
great.
hard to graduate to keep using Mega Blocks as a teenager. You know what I mean?
Have you started signing yet? Sign language?
So, yeah, he's at the age where you can start, but it's going to be a month before he can do it back at you.
Yeah, they usually pick it up quite well. It's surprising. We did it with all of our kids.
Did you notice a speech delay? So we taught our little one sign language, and it ended up delaying her speaking, which is occasionally a side effect of that. Because if they can already communicate their basic desires like milk or food, then sometimes it delays their speaking by just a couple months. It wasn't major. It was like a 2-month delay for our little one. But I was wondering if you observed that as well.
I'll let you know.
How many deaf people are there in the world?
Why does it matter?
I was just thinking of the pros and cons of that 2-month delay.
Are you trying to compare baby sign language to American Sign Language?
I thought sign language was universal.
No.
There's different types of sign language, and usually baby sign language is limited, but it just allows the parent to communicate to the child and the child to communicate back if the child hasn't fully developed its vocabulary.
We did baby sign language with Guy, and he didn't have any trouble.
Yeah, I will say that it's also useful for them to be able to sign when they speak, because when they do start speaking, one, it can be a little hard to understand them, and two, they're very small, and consequently they have very small voices. So if you're out somewhere, it can be hard to hear them. So it's useful to have the visual as well.
They also have limited motor control, so using relatively basic hand positions and movements is necessary.
Okay, my bad. I was thinking on a more advanced level.
Back to the discussion of companies manufacturing baby clothes and toys and such. I think it would be kind of a pointless endeavor at this point with how many years we've produced children's clothing. Infants don't necessarily burn through. They're not that hard on their clothing as compared to children are. And there's a lot of Facebook groups where parents are actually trading their clothes of their child as they grow out of them. And it rather than actually purchasing brand new clothes.
We had in Birmingham when the boys were little. They had a mommy and me swap meet like twice a year, and you would take all the stuff that they never got to wear or were outgrown, and basically trade with other moms. It was great. It was all name brand stuff, good stuff, and
So, on Facebook, if you look at your local like neighborhood or city, there's something called a Buy Nothing group, and oftentimes on Facebook, if you look at your local like neighborhood or city, there's something called a Buy Nothing group, and oftentimes on Facebook, if you look at your local like neighborhood or city, there's something called a Buy Nothing group. And oftentimes on Facebook, if you look at your local like neighborhood or city,
like, oh my god, I gotta
something
walk
called a Buy
through a
Nothing
kiddo.
And oftentimes on Facebook, if you look at your local like neighborhood or city,
oh my god, I
there's
gotta
something called a
walk
Buy
through a
Nothing
kiddo.
group.
Maybe that's just my
Oftentimes
personal.
on Facebook, if you look at your local like neighborhood or city,
oh my
there's
god, I
something
gotta
called
walk
a Buy
through a
Nothing
kiddo.
group.
Maybe that's just my
And
personal.
oftentimes on Facebook, if you look at your local like neighborhood or city,
stores is something you can do that's like entertaining for both the kids and the adults, and like they can incorporate like, you know, you can sit and have a coffee while the kids play in the play area and shit. Like, it would just be a good
What
idea.
kind of store do you go to that has a play area?
GameStop.
Kroger has one.
McDonald's.
Target.
Literally, a lot of them. IKEA has it. Everyone.
Every store has a play area if you're willing enough.
A lot of malls
I
that
just
would
know
have
all-
a Best or a Bed Bath
All the
& Beyond
people I know
attached
that work in the
would.
toy section would hate you with a vengeance.
Even better if you serve alcohol for the parents. That would be, you know, the kids can play. The parents can have like a beer or something, like just chill. I think that'd be a good, you know, a good business.
So,
That's
like,
called Dave and Buster's.
Chuck E.
Hold on,
Cheese.
they got a babysitter and beer in this store.
Wait, you can't,
So, like-
you can't drink. You can't drink.
Chuck E.
Hold on,
Cheese.
they got a
Unless you
babysitter.
bring
Yeah,
and
yourself.
You
beer
can
in
drink
this
beer in
store?
Chuck E.
You
Cheese. So,
can't,
like,
you can't
You can bring your own bottles.
The ones that have a liquor license.
But haven't
Yeah.
they kind of like shut all of them down anyway? Like,
I think they just let you bring your water bottles in. But yeah, I find that buying for my nephew and niece's outfits is quite addicting. But it seems like they outgrow the clothes quite fast as they get older.
Aren't child birth rates also on a decline?
Yeah, I heard that they're supposedly importing people in South Korea to make some babies. I'm not sure if that's speculative or if that's really occurring.
I mean, the baby cash for South Korea is kind of a joke compared to the cost of living.
Well, I just loaded up on a whole bunch of plant-based groceries this morning after reading that article on making swimmers swim faster.
Already speaking of languages for your toddler, I forget the documentary I watched years ago. I think it was
I'm making
possibly
plates.
Asia, but where they whistle as a language.
I have enough trouble getting him to say mama. How the hell am I going to get him to whistle or click?
Yeah, it works from mountaintop to mountaintop. It's the most efficient.
No,
and by the way,
it's
what did you
not
just call me?
a dolphin.
You heard me.
Noah is not a dolphin.
Could have fooled me. He's got his own series of streaks and occasional whining, moaning.
Children do make the strangest noises. Mine just constantly said ow. Like the word ow, but like would just refer to everything as ow. And then after we showed her pictures of actual owls and we were like, this is an owl, then she would just like, anytime we were out, when we saw an owl, she would just go, ow. Like if it was like a painting of one or a picture of one or like on clothing, like she immediately would spot it and would let us know that there was an owl. They're very odd. Children are very odd.
Well, that's very I mean, I would find that to be very, what is that called? Targeted.
Perceptive.
Yeah, and they'll get on, like, they will hyper focus on something because they're trying to understand it. So, like, for a while, our little one would just drop stuff to see it fall to the ground. And, like, we encourage that because that's her, like, learning about gravity, right? But, like, it was just, like, set things up on the table, push them off the table. Pick them back up, set them on the table again, push them off the table again, right? And it
So
was
your
just
child's
like,
a cat.
right, yeah, basically. Looking out for predatory birds and, pushing things off tables. Yeah, pretty much.
Your
Guy,
child wrecks ecosystems.
guy was he was obsessed with fire trucks when he was little. He loved fire trucks, but he couldn't say fire truck. He would yell, "Fire fuck! Fire fuck!" And we were in Target, and the one pulled out. It was in front of the store, and he screams at the top of his lungs, "Fire fuck!"
Nice.
Yeah, that's.
I would like
Yeah.
to make ringtone.
Yeah, no erection will just cough whenever he wants attention.
Hey, Boombale.
Did you get him started on the cigarettes early?
Apparently, he realized that's how you get an erection to really, really care for him or take him out of whoever he doesn't want to be in.
Sounds
Whoever
like Jack.
stance he doesn't want to be in.
Did someone say something?
Mine has recently started to make snoring noises again. So, like, she did this when she was asleep. Like, she would, after she was done feeding, she would pretend to be asleep so she wouldn't get burped. So she didn't like being burped. And so now she started doing it again. This time she does it with her eyes wide open. She'll be sitting there making snoring noises, just like staring off in the distance. We're like, we know you're not asleep. Like, he hasn't figured out how we know yet.
Yeah, kids are manipulative little gypsy shysters. They can't be trusted.
I think that you should show her some charts, and then just kind of see if she can focus on that, hyper focus on that, and just report back.
Oh, you mean Archar, which is what she refers to bar charts as? Yeah, I've already done that. It's called an Archar.
Whatever she wants to call it, I'm okay with that. I think we're all okay with that.
That could be a section of Broomberg, the Broomberg News.
The Broomberg baby.
So we've got chickens, we've got babies. What other analysis? I'm not even sure if I can call it technical. What other analysis will there be?
We've
I got
got
a couple rabbits. I got 2 rabbits. I named one sell and one buy. And they don't always poop in their box, so I leave out a blanket and I write down stocks, and whichever ones, when sell poops on, say, BBY, I'm like, yeah, we're selling today. If buy also poops on BBY, then I just don't do anything. But if it's
You had 2 rabbits. Go check now. You may have like 13.
No, they're 2 boys, so they don't get along. So they're in separate enclosures. So
Cosmo, who's that picture you have? Is that Kansas City's coach?
no. That is I got a buddy who used to work for a union, and this is like their union president, and he's just like an ungrateful fat fuck. That my buddy just constantly he worked for the government of Saskatchewan, and he just constantly like was freaking out because he's like, this guy's a fat fuck. He doesn't give a shit about people. He's living in a hotel on union dollars, and he drinks like a fucking fish, and he's costing the union so much money. Like, this guy's no longer the president, but I figured he'd be a good display. But yeah, no, this guy apparently, his residency was his lake house in northern Saskatchewan, and if you live far enough in Canada, you get like from the federal government a tax break for living so far north. So he listed his primary residence as that place, and then he stays in a hotel and uses it as a business expense write-off all year round. And he stays in like a Hilton hotel, and he's lived there for like over 12 years up until the end of his presidency. And my buddy, he was like well active in his union, and he's like, I can't believe this fat fuck is still here. And I'm like, holy fuck, dude. This is why I don't like unions.
That's not typical of unions.
Well, like,
Just look how unions were run in like the 30s through the 50s.
Do you think that we
I know
could?
someone who wasn't union, and like in the end, ended up being in basically this job where he got paid to do nothing because he ended up getting hurt on the job. But instead of paying workman's comp or anything like that, they just gave him this job to count the number of ladders in a factory. And they were like, Gold, you should go ask Bill what his job is. And I was like, Bill, what's your job? And he's like, I count ladders. And I'm like, oh, so you have a lot of ladders in this plant. And he goes, well, there's this one here. And he points to the ladder behind him. And then he just stood up from his desk and like looked down the floor, and he goes, and the other ladder is down there. And, it was like there was only 2 ladders. So every day this guy would get paid a full day's wage to come in and file a report on the 2 ladders and the fact that they had 2 ladders at the end of it. Now, again, this guy wasn't union. It was just like they didn't want to pay workman's comp, so they just instead paid him a salary for the rest of his life to do nothing.
I mean, I'm sure so you said he was in a union?
He was not union. It was just like, in order to avoid a workman's comp plan, they basically just gave him a job for the rest of his life.
Yeah. No, okay.
Did they make him put in the whole 8 hours? I'm surprised they didn't say, hey, even though your salary, we need you to pull, some extra time this weekend and this holiday.
I had a job like that in high school. I worked at an amusement park in Virginia, and I cut my tendon on my hand, on my right hand, split it in half trying to serve a beer because there wasn't a protective piece on the refrigerator where the stainless steel came together. And I was working 79 and a half hours a week, every week through summer. And then this happened, and then they cut me down to 40 hours a week, and I was hired on as a greeter outside one of the restaurants in the amusement park. And my job was just to people with a line to go to and tell them to have a nice day.
Williamsburg or King's Dominion?
Williamsburg.
I worked for 3 years right across from you. I was at Cheetah Mannix.
It was like the most fun job I ever had, and probably the happiest I ever was. And my happiness was at an all-time high in those summers, because these J1 visa girls would come over from all these different countries, and every year, sometimes a couple times a year, I had a new girlfriend from some other country, and they were only going to be there for a few months at a time.
90-day fiance.
Best job I had when I was 18 years old. Or not 18, sorry. I was 20 years old. I was almost done university. I worked for the provincial government at a psychiatric hospital. And my job was to cut the grass out there with 6 other university students my age. And pretty much you can't cut the grass when it's raining, and it rained a lot that summer, so we just watched movies. And days that we did eventually cut the grass, we would get done within the first day of the week, all of our jobs. and because we were just too damn efficient. And we, for the rest of the day, we would just, because there was a lake nearby, we'd just go to the beach, fuck off, get paid, go to the beach, sit at a lake, hang out. One point we had an apple fight. There was apple trees, so we're driving around Gators, and out of nowhere, like there's inmates, or not inmates, patients, should be inmates. Some of them committed murder. Walking around the front lawn of the psychiatric hospital, and we're driving around on Gators, hucking apples at each other, having an apple fight, like Mario Kart Double Dash.
Sounds kind of painful. Assuming the apples are ripe still.
They were, but you know what? Like, it was pretty hard to hit each other, and they weren't like full grown. They're like probably about an inch in diameter. But
So
you had
these
to
are
watch
crab
out.
apples.
Yeah, yeah. So you had to watch out for the patients, because some of the patients would be like taking a nap on the lawn of the hospital, so they were like hazards. So
They were
Speed
hazards to your game.
Speed bumps.
Interesting. But they lived there.
yeah,
Funny how the world works.
I paid $18 an hour.
That's
It's
good for that's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Like, but it was unionized, so like at least $200 of your total paycheck would get written off to union dues. But I mean, whatever.
I wouldn't assume you were complaining since you had all that free time. But nonetheless, speaking of mental health, how's that working out for like in America? Are they opening more facilities, helping that, or are they just closing the doors on that?
What do you mean by opening more facilities?
I mean, is there more like government support for mental health support? For example, I think personally that California would not have the issues it did if it had more mental health facilities open for these guys to kind of work through their problems.
You've not been living in America for a while, have you, buddy? I
Well,
like
yeah, not
your
for a quick
spirit.
minute, but
A lot of that money keeps
Our
going to
healthcare system verges on the third world, man. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Only if you don't have money.
I'd say even if you do have money, only if you don't know good doctors. Like, if you know good doctors and then you can go to them and use your insurance or your money to see them, then you get all right support. But like,
Maybe
if you
this is
just,
a function of being in New York as opposed to Cleveland, Cincinnati.
right.
You know,
And I'm sure you've got great doctors there. Like, you're probably, you know, you probably have pretty decent doctors. They're probably attractive.
There are also shitty doctors here in New York, don't get me wrong.
New York doctors are shitty compared to New Jersey. New Jersey doctors are sleeper hits. Trust me on this.
Whenever I need anything done, I always go to Europe for it. I only do my checkups here because fuck that.
That's the correct way to do it.
I also get my
Bumble
dental work done in America because it's actually better. But other than that,
No shit.
well, I mean, if you're technically British people do have better quality teeth than Americans.
Primary care, and then I pay
because
an
we get
extra.
it for free.
I would argue
Like,
that
even
if you're drinking tea,
even homeless people get their teeth done for free.
British people also need a lot more work on their teeth than Americans, as far as I can tell. This is based on my
statistically, I
sample
don't
size of actually working with British people when I used to work at RBS.
Well, that's because British people don't care about like the fact that your teeth may be a bit crooked, you know, or a bit off colored. They don't care about that. It's more healthy. They want to keep their teeth healthy. Whereas
It wasn't
in
colored.
America,
The guy
it's
was
very,
missing
like,
the guy was missing like 3 teeth from under his what was it, upper right side.
yeah. You find that a lot, yeah. But
He's been doing MDMA too much.
yeah, it probably doesn't take care of it. The older generation didn't used to take care of their teeth. So if this guy
Do they
was
add
old,
fluoride to the water
they do
over
not.
there?
They do not.
I know Japan is the same way. They have the whole analogy that, hey, if my teeth are crooked, it's more of a better smile than a straight smile. That's not to say that the younger generation doesn't care about straight teeth. I just feel like everywhere I go, it's not really a concern per se.
Like
for the bottom teeth,
I have the opportunity
the
to have
top
my
teeth are always
done
straight, but the bottom teeth are
straight.
crooked.
But I don't really care. Like I don't want my teeth to be straight and bright white. Like I don't really like that look. It's kind of fake.
Yeah, the bright white is it can be annoying. But in Japan, isn't there a fetish to have the I forget what it's called, but where the cat eye, the canine teeth are kind
You mean
of
the canine teeth?
behind?
Yeah. It's there's a
I don't
little
know if
market
I
for
call
it.
it
I mean, don't believe every
vampires.
headline you read. Don't believe every headline you read.
Fair enough. It didn't make sense. But it's a yeah.
But if it's a
I'm
fetish,
sure there's
then
a
it's gonna
fetish
be-
for it, but I mean,
there's
I've
fetishes
been
everywhere.
Yeah, just don't. It's I travel every weekend, but I don't see that.
Hypothetically, in one universe, there's a fetish for you.
Finally.
But to be fair, it is almost Halloween parties over here, so I might see a lot more of that.
I'm
But
just
yeah,
saying, let me find that universe that has a fetish for me, please, or someone let me know where I need to go for that.
I don't know if the healthcare here is. I mean, you guys in America, they have some of the best, the best surgeons in the world in certain places, but getting access to them if you don't have money is literally impossible. If you have money, it's difficult.
Well, if I remember correctly, they do have a system where you can get government funding. I don't think the doctors are like par to none.
I don't know.
It depends
I
on
don't have
how
any experience with
routine
that
your.
personally. So I wouldn't-
It depends on how routine your problem is. You know, owies and boo-boos are very different from like complex cancers.
And emergency care is fine. Like if you're shot or something, they'll be able to fix you up. But if you have a long-term medical condition, it's pretty difficult in the States, I think.
England did have the #1 or top-rated surgeon in the world, but he got in a car wreck and his hands were mangled. I can't remember his name though.
Yeah, and the thing is, in
Bro,
the UK,
are you talking about Doctor Strange? Are you serious right now?
Yeah, that's the guy. I couldn't remember his name. That's him.
The
Weird
dude
fella.
was working for an American hospital. He's considered an American doc. He's an American doctor.
but we do actually have some of the best surgeons in the world as well. But the thing is, they will work for the NHS, and they'll take a bit of a pay cut because they'll do it for like they bring in specialists like that for like like you can write off a lot of tax, and they get like decent pay, but obviously not as much as they would privately. But they do it as like charity work type of thing, and they get money back on their taxes, and they get certain things because like obviously you need to have open heart surgery. You want it. Sometimes it's done by the best, sometimes it's not. So that's kind of how it works.
So in America, where I think dentistry is considered cosmetic, I forget the exact labeling, but in Britain or elsewhere that has government-funded healthcare, what happens if you need LASIK? Or say if you want the like Hardy said, the person had the teeth knocked out, will they do implants under that? Or if you're getting an actual implant, does that cost?
So the way it works is if you wanted an implant for cosmetic reasons, they would say, no, you got to pay for it. If you need it to chew food, they will give it to you, but they'll give it to you the cheapest way. So if you can have dentures, they'll give you a denture. If you can't, they'll, maybe they'll drill it into your mouth. But essentially, they'll just do it the cheapest way to fix you, make you better. They
I think
won't
that
go
is the same way in
above and
America.
beyond.
I see why you come here for your dental care then. That's a strong argument.
I mean, if you pay for it, you get whatever you want done. But yes, if it's free, that's what I'm saying. Like it's free to everyone. So like a homeless guy on the street can get dental dental care to, you know, a millionaire. You don't have to pay for it if you don't, you know, if you don't want to. But if you want a bit better service, you do pay for it. It's the same with medical as well.
Wow, reading and mathematics scores just plunged to historically low levels in the U.S. as a result of the coronavirus epidemic. Turns out you can't learn math from YouTube. That's shocking to me. That's where I learned all my math was from YouTube. Yeah.
I think it was more of a lazy generational movement. I don't think it had anything to do with resources.
I mean, they're children, so and if they don't want to do work, that's like that should be expected.
It's TikTok. That's the new MTV. You got to blame TikTok now.
Yeah, you can blame TikTok, and you can blame also Fortnite, whatever else games there are out there.
What was the post I saw the other day? The popularity of Minecraft among children just show that child labor should be a thing because children yearn for the mines. Fair enough.
I feel like Minecraft's a good resource for them because that allows for creativity.
Hardy, did you get your time machine yet? I'm sorry, fucking time machine.
Unfortunately, no. I'm kind of hoping like a smarter me from a different universe will come and like enlighten me, but until then.
Gotcha. I was looking at loading up on more, increasing my position on the PBR puts Friday, and I wish like hell I did.
Well, keep in mind the runoff election's coming up.
Yep, and that's what the PBR.
Petro Brazil, whoever was asking.
So that was what the play was, but a couple days ago, and I couldn't find any news as to why, it ran up like a shitload. And then today it started selling back off.
Because Lulu was expected to win.
Thank you, Hardy.
Speaking of your fucking time machine, have you heard? I'd never heard of it until a couple days ago. A family member mentioned that the year 2038 problem.
Yes, I'm aware of the 2038 problem. Why do you ask?
I'd never heard anything about it. They mentioned it first. They said it was 2036. So they're wrong on it, but it was brought up because back in Y2K periods, we were at a church function and I shut the main breaker off as a young tyke to try to scare everybody out and got grounded for like 4 months. So he just mentioned if I was going to do it again. I didn't even know anything about it.
So to explain to everyone else, time is stored as the number of seconds since January 1, 1970 UTC. There are certain systems that store numbers as values up to 32 bits, which is roughly 2.1 billion or something like that. Now the problem is, eventually we'll have what's called overflow, where the value that needs to be stored is greater than the space available in a 32-bit time scheme. And so that change will happen in 2038. It so happens that most of the new stuff that I'm coding today for my own work allows me to store time as part of a 64-bit variable. And therefore, I have... how do I put this? The 2038 problem won't be an issue for me. And I effectively kick the can down the road past my lifetime.
Yeah, I think that 64-bit, if I remember what I read briefly, is good for like 200 some million years. But I don't know. I don't know if that sounds right or not.
Well, keep in mind nowadays that time is being stored as milli or sometimes microseconds. So it may be closer to like a 50-year runway.
Gotcha. Well, I was just making sure that your fucking time machine was updated to at least 64-bit. Just looking out for you, homie.
Appreciate it, bro. And that goes to everyone else here who relies on older software. The time may not work after 2038.
So,
and tangentially related to this, when we were talking the other day about how many Bitcoin halvings there were, and I was like, there's 32 of them for computer reasons. This is the actual reason there are 32 Bitcoin halvings on the time schedule. Now, Bitcoin 32 halvings run out. I think it's a little over 100 years from now, but it's the same 32-bit coding. that Hardy is talking about that was put into Bitcoin.
So the
what
original
device?
Bitcoin,
Right.
so there's supposed to be 21 million odd Bitcoins, right? Does that then mean Bitcoin was originally slated to be divided into up to 1,000th of a Bitcoin? So that you'd get up to the 2.1 billion maximum amount?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on the really early stages of Bitcoin, like '09 and 2010. I wasn't really involved with it then. But I know that eventually the Satoshis were settled on 1 millionth of a Bitcoin, which is the current divisor for Bitcoin. You can divide it down to a million. So now there's a lot more of them.
Do we have a list of devices that would be obsolete at this point?
Anything that can't run 64-bit, so think like computers prior to 2004.
Thank you.
Are you trying to tell me my Commodore 64 is soon to be obsolete?
I mean, at that point, you might as well live in the museum with it.
I'm also trying to tell you that those Allen Bradley and other PLC controllers that might be on your line might have a little bit of a problem.
Are there
Like
any?
the Slick 5 rack I have on my wheelchair.
Is there any countries that would be particularly at loss for this?
North Korea, maybe?
This is such a long-term play. I just love how we're talking about a play that's going to happen in 2038, and we're like, but it's a known market event, so we should talk about it.
Yeah, because there's time where there's bickering when a play is taking place next week. Like, yeah, next week I think I'll get into the shut up this week. Let's go this morning. You're a DD or shut up.
Well, but that's the difference between Hardy talks and the Wall Street Bets pre-market talks.
Serious question. Since the 4G or was it 3G phones that got non-supported by the telephone carriers, is that going to be the same kind of protocol for this non-supported device for this 32-bit going forward?
I don't believe any modern smartphone is 32-bit. And that's including the original iPhone.
Sorry, I was trying to reference the phones as a means to when the tele providers were basically talking they're not going to support the 3G, at least in America, telephones or cell phones, excuse me. So how does that play for devices going forward for the 32-bit?
It doesn't. These are two separate problems. One is frequency allocation, and the other is the ability to store large numbers.
Okay, thank you. Would there be by chance a opportunity to create a campaign this early in regards to it and then getting free devices donated to me?
What would you do with the devices?
Just sell the materials.
You can
Assuming
try,
there's
but
something in there.
you could probably pull down more electronics from your local Buy Nothing. Or get yourself a membership to WeWork, and at the end of every month, buy for like 20 cents book value, 20% of book value, all the computers and hardware that companies are trying to get rid of because they're ending their lease for one reason or another. Incidentally, that's how I was able to finance a lot of my current setup. Cobbled together from reselling old, well, not old, but mismatched parts and keeping the stuff that I wanted for myself. We could probably call it the McWeWork, the WeWork hedge, right?
Well, interesting enough, they do have a donation where they pick up electronics for free, but obviously they resell those electronics here in Japan.
Yeah, it's the e-waste thing.
So it looks like China is gearing back up with their BABA. So I got that, as you guys know, I posted on the thread here. Not sure if there's any news coming out of China. Anybody have any in regards to how the market is reacting to that from the West Coast? Or I should say,
Looking,
go ahead.
looking strictly at Yang's chart, the last time the price was this high was March 16 or so. And I believe March 16 was around the time they had a second round of lockdowns, specifically in like Shanghai and other major economic centers. And I believe also the Hong Kong protests were pretty, what's the term? Pretty broad or well covered in Western news. So I'm wondering if a similar drop from the 30s back to like 14, 15 over the next month imply that we should be buying puts on Yang because this is a potential repeat. Can anyone offer a reason why we shouldn't be doing this, or why I shouldn't be doing this?
I'm just wondering if that gap fill, not to look at gaps, but on the daily chart from the 20-year, it looks like it's went from 29 all the way up to where it's at now. That's quite a jump. Wow. Speculatively, I think it will stay up for a minute. But yeah, anybody?
Okay, so I'll probably put this in tomorrow's chat. Let's see, Yang, 1 month out.
It looks like in 1 week it went from on the 10th, it went from 31 all the way to 48 on the 15th, and then dropped back down and stayed at a good consistent level of 17, 15, give or take.
Okay.
Do you know why that happened?
I had it backwards. Yang is the bear ETF. So the fact that the bear ETF lost so much value means China had a huge bullish run. So I think that's when lockdowns ended, not started. But I'm looking at options markets right now for Yang. And if you were to buy at the money puts, you'd be paying around $5 to $8 a share. However, the $24 puts are going for around 75 cents. So theoretically, if the price goes all the way down to 16 between now and November 18, what is that? 24 to 16, $8. So you're looking at a 10x on your investment strictly on Delta. And for something to fall that precipitously suggests huge IV gain as well. So you're probably looking at a 10 bagger. Assuming, of course, the price goes back down to 16 between now and November 18.
Do you think a 21 strike put would be okay to go for?
If you can find a seller for a good price. There's only 15 contracts traded today.
Okay, thank you.
The 24 is ideal for me because highest volume in that range and also has 1,300 in open contracts.
I don't want to speak too premature, but it looks like we might have a run tomorrow.
More bearish news in China. Oh, you know what it is? The GDP numbers were released. I think that's the reason why.
Well, time will tell, I guess.
Tesla's back up to 200, almost 206. They've been dancing around that for a minute, two now. Do we feel like Tesla might see a sustained run below $200 by tomorrow?
I can't find a good reason why. I know people are saying Musk is forced to sell, but I don't see why he is absolutely required to sell when he can just borrow. If not from banks, then from a credit fund, let's say.
I think Mark Howard's is a good example of giving money for bad companies. I think we can take a page out of his book on the whole Twitter deal. Howard Marks, sorry. In 2008, he gave out he gave credit basically to companies that were barely hanging on, or deals that really needed some questionable financing. And so I think his kind of credit line would be beneficial for this kind of thing.
Has anybody looked at any interest in any of the South American markets?
Short and PBR.
Well, aside from Brazil, I mean, Argentina is going through hyperinflation. Venezuela has their oil deal potentially going through. I believe it's Paraguay or Uruguay, one of those two, that has a large lithium deposit that they're trying to export. Anyone in particular you're talking about?
I was looking at Ecuador to see their consumer and mining companies there to see if there might be anything worthwhile to check out, but so far I haven't found anything worthwhile.
God, man, Mondays are always so fucking fucked.
Do you know what minerals they have in South America that are needed?
Whoever is asking or curious, I'm thinking Yang November 18, 24 puts for 70 cents or less. Oh, you fucker, someone already put in an order at that price. Alright. Sorry, go ahead.
Can you repeat that Yang play, please?
So, yeah, you move quickly. But anyway, Yang November 18, $24 puts for 70 cents or less. I like how just before I said it, a bunch of odd lots showed up on the level 2 screen, so congratulations.